Oh, hello. Welcome, everyone. Chris, thank you so much for the sub. Oh, my goodness. Thank you. Thank you. Really appreciate it. Hope you're having a good day. Your weekend going? Yeah, I got my start screen back. Yep. Countdown timer and everything. Slowly learning how to use OBS. Is my audio sound okay? Hey, it hurts. Ah, dang. Yeah, sinus pressure is the worst. I get that sometimes. I never used to, and then I had a sinus infection a couple years ago, and I think I broke something in my nose. Oh, thanks, Hertz. Hi, Trisha. Welcome. Hi, Rascal. I hope everybody's having a good Sunday. It's very rainy here where I am, but that's not necessarily a bad thing. Needed a little bit of rain. Yeah, the window with my channel open, and I just started talking. Yeah. In your home, Kismet. We're going over the crud. Oh, cool. My mic volume too high. Should I turn my mic down? Oh, it hurts. You like 3 p.m.? Good. That was the goal of this. Was to try to capture some folks who maybe just don't have the chance to ever really get see me live. So I hope this works out for people. Hey, Big Suggs, welcome. All right. Well, folks, let's get into it. Oh, thanks for confirming, Chris. I'm still, tweaking levels and stuff like that. So, all right. Hello, folks. It is a wonderfully humid day here where I live, and my hair is trying to explode. So, um, yeah, we'll see how this goes. Hey, great. That's awesome. That's awesome, Deb. Thanks for confirming. Hello. Hey, Snarfin. Hey, Xena. Hey, Global. Good to see everybody here. Yeah, we're trying a brand new time today, like I said, and I'm hoping I might continue this if it is helpful for folks. I might do a poll on Twitter or something just to, see if folks found this helpful to be able to join live, maybe. If you're in a different time zone and you haven't been able to catch me before because I'm super late for you. So, yeah, I hope this is helpful. And oh, Priscilla, hey, that's awesome. Welcome. Hey, DriveNet, welcome. So today we are going to essentially be making something that's going to help us um, populate our MongoDB, our API databases, a little bit more easily. In our last stream, we focused more on getting the apps connected to MongoDB. Um, but this time around, we're going to focus more on MongoDB itself and how we can build a little interface that's going to help us, uh, essentially input data directly into Mongo, because the Mongo interface like itself is not good. If you're just trying to type your data directly into Mongo, it's pretty hard. So, and there's stuff like Mongo Compass and things like that. But what this is going to do is it's going to help us practice the C, U, and D elements of CRUD, because previously we've practiced reading from a database, right? And now we're gonna work on the create, update, and delete parts of that. So after this, we're going to have covered literally all the letters in CRUD, and you should be all set to go and build anything you want. Well, maybe not yet, but it's good practice anyway. So, hey, Man with Milk, welcome. Hey, Muckety. Robo, welcome. Inadequate, hey. Hey, Dakota. Awesome. It's good to see so many people showing up. I really wasn't sure, how this was going to go with the earlier time, and especially since we're on break, so don't feel obligated to show up either. I was thinking maybe, I honestly didn't know. I was like, folks are going to be checking out for the next 2 weeks. But you never know. AD5, let's make some CRUD. Yes, let's do it. Oh, good, Snarfin, I'm glad. You can't tell me what to do. I want to be here. Oh, nice. Yeah, too much to do. Indeed, there is a lot to do. Yeah. Let's make some CUD. Yeah, we've already done the R. Let's just do the CUD. Exactly. Hey, Laylo, welcome. So essentially what we're going to do is we're going to build an interface that's kind of like this that I have here on my screen. And what's going to allow us to do is input data directly into Mongo. We can submit new records. So this button down here will allow us to submit a new record. This button here allows us to update an existing record. So for example, if I wanted to, and this is my Star Trek database, by the way. So let's say I wanted to update the entry on Vulcans. I could type the word Vulcans in here. Click, and then like change just one of these. Like for example, I want to change their home world from, I don't know, let's say I accidentally typed it in as Earth. If I want to change it to Vulcan, I could just type Vulcans and or Vulcans, sorry, and Vulcan here and say update, and that would change only this field. So not the whole record, but only this field. And also over here, we can delete API data. So let's just go ahead and I'll just demo this for you all really quickly to show you what it does. So I'm just going to put in a test record. So we're just going to say like test2, right? Test2. I'm just going to put test2 for all the fields. And I'm going to say submit new. Okay. Now look over here. See the list where it says current aliens? Got all my real aliens in there. And then at the bottom now we can see that a test2 has been inserted on the list. So let's go over to my Mongo database and see what happened. So this is my Mongo database. And if we go ahead and refresh it, so there's a little refresh button up here. I'm in my database and I'm in my alien info collection, which is where I've been working previously. And I'm just going to go ahead and click refresh. Now we can see there's 9 entries, and down here at the very bottom, there's our test2 record that we just put in. So that was pretty easy, right? We had all our fields kind of pre-filled out here. We know exactly what fields we need. Just fill it out when we say submit new. Now let's say that I wanted to change, like I said, I wanted to change one field in this. I didn't want to insert a new record. I just wanted to change one field in my test2 object in that document. Let's say I wanted to change the home world. So I'm going to put test2 because that's what it's going to use to look up is the name. And then for home world, I'm going to put Earth. And now, instead of clicking submit new, I'm going to say update existing. Okay, so you can see the record count didn't change, still the same, but let's go back to Mongo and see what happened. Refresh my connection. And down here in my test2 record, hey, look at that. It just updated the home world for that particular item. Oh, KT, you really didn't miss anything. I'm just doing a demo of my existing what we're gonna make today. This is just the demo part. It's okay. It's all right. You didn't miss anything. I'm just doing a demo of the thing we're going to build, and then we're gonna make the whole thing together. Don't worry. Those test2 are everywhere indeed. Yeah, so now we can see that the home world, just that one field has been updated. So it's not, so when we insert a new record, right, we call that a post. What do we call it when we just want to update an existing record? What is that called? What's the formal term for it? Test alien, please ignore. Indeed. Yeah, it's a put, right? Yep. Snarfin, I never made the Star Trek, but I have the old Star Wars CRUD database. Will I be able to use that for this instead? Yeah. I mean, you can use it for whatever whatever database you would like. I'm hoping that folks will build this and use it for their own database, so that they can more easily input stuff into it, right? So it just makes it easier to work with. OB123, is this how we were able to change our username? Can you rephrase your question? I'm not quite sure what you're asking there. Because yeah, I mean, if you're talking about updating like a record, I mean, you can update pretty much any property here using the using puts. You can make a change to pretty much any of the properties in here using a put. And post is for new records. And then you can also, if you wanted to, you can delete as well. So we're gonna say we want it, let's just get rid of this test record because I don't want it there. So let's go ahead and just say test2. That's the name of the thing I want to delete. And we'll go ahead and say delete. Boop. And it's gone. And now let's go back to Mongo and refresh it one more time. If I scroll all the way down again, I can see that that test2 record is gone. So this is the C, the U, and the D of CRUD, right? Create, update, and delete. Mongo really needs a dark mode. I know. Somebody suggested an extension for me in my last stream, like a reader extension, dark reader or something like that, that should like force it to have a dark mode. But it's really weird that it doesn't have one by default because like literally every other app does at this point. Yeah, I should install it. We are going to be having a lot of light screen activities this time around, just because our interface that we're going to be building is going to look like this. So apologies in advance for that, but yeah. Okay, so this is what we're going to be building. I will say right out the gate that this little section down here does not work yet. I had a bit of a unexpected thing happen today. I stepped on something sharp in the yard and I cut my foot. So part of the time I would have spent working on this was waiting in the waiting room of an urgent care to get some antibiotics. So yeah, I've got some painkillers and antibiotics on board, so I'm fine. But had a bit of a interruption today because I like to go barefoot everywhere. So I know, ouch, yeah, it hurt quite a bit. No, I'll be fine, I'm sure. And I've had a tetanus shot and everything, like in the last year, and I've got antibiotics and painkillers, so I'm totally fine. I just like to go barefoot everywhere, and I knew it was gonna bite me someday, and it did. So. Oh, I actually, fortunately, I already had my tetanus shot, just snarfing, so didn't have to do that today. So that was good. Barefoot, indeed. Oh, twisted. Thank you. No, I'm like I say, it's fine. I might like if I'll see how I feel for the first hour or so. You might when we come back from break, I might be sitting down. I normally like to stand for these streams because I can be a little bit more, animated. But we'll see. We'll see if I might end up sitting down after break. Um, but yeah, no, I'm good otherwise. Okay, so this is what we're going to do today, right? We're just going to build something that's going to help us interface with our Mongo database that we already have. And it doesn't have to be, it can be the Star Trek one, it can be whatever one you want it to be. Because what I want is for this tool to be kind of flexible for folks to just have a better time being able to go ahead and, just uploading multiple records or curating their APIs a little bit. So I hope this is helpful for folks. And it's also just good practice with, the CRUD and Express operations as well, because we're going to be doing the whole shebang here. We're going to be using forms in our HTML. We're going to be using EJS to render our HTML. We're going to be using Express. We're going to be using environment variables. We're going to be using, it's the whole shebang. So, hey, Akechi, welcome. Good to see you. Yeah, so basically we're going to be using everything we've talked about so far. So I think this will be a pretty good exercise for folks. Okay, well, let's go ahead and get into it. And two, I would highly suggest, if you are currently a member of 100 Devs, downloading the template that Leon used in the last class. It's actually really good. It's on his GitHub. So you can go there and you can get it. I would suggest maybe not trying to edit that template directly. Just in my experience with the number of like folders and like connections and various wiring inside the template, it was actually easier for me to just sort of copy and paste the Legos out of that template into my own file, and then build it from scratch that way. Yeah, there's index EGS, there's public folders, there's the environment variables. I was having actually trouble even getting his template to run, until I just went and sort of built my own version and copied and took chunks out of it, to build this project here. This is built from scratch using elements from what Leon talked about on Thursday, because it was just easier that way. The link to the file, let me get it for you. Hang on. And you can also do ! GitHub if you want to see my version. The repo should be called Database Builder. I'll get you a link to that as well. Yeah, that's my GitHub. That's where I put my public stuff. And got it. So the link to Leon's GitHub is, I'm pasting it in chat right now. Yeah, so that's the link to the files, to the code that Leon talked about on Thursday, and then I'll get you a link to my version of the thing that we're building tonight. However, I would highly suggest that you build your own, and just follow along and copy and paste where you need to. Just it felt easier to me to do it that way rather than trying to get this existing thing to work on my machine. But again, it's up to you. You can try it any way you would like. All right, I'm getting a link to mine specific repo. Okay, and here's what we're building tonight, which is just called Database Builder. Because again, it doesn't have to be specifically for the Star Trek database. It can be for whatever API or database you would like. You just need to hook it up accordingly. Okay, so let's go ahead and get started unless anybody has any other questions. And we are just going to start out with a wonderful blank slate, and we're going to build it from there. This is good practice to also, help us create folders and install our dependencies that we need. Help us remember like what things we need. So, okay. So, and I'm actually even going to get rid. All right, we're going to start totally fresh. Yeah, architecture is essential. Yeah, and that's why it's good to practice, right? So let's, you can use my template or Leon's template to help you with the structure. But again, we're just gonna build everything out as we go. Watch me forget stuff, but that's all right. It's break. It's chill stream. We're on a break. So okay. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and let's start with our server.js file. That's just usually where I like to start. So server.js, and let's also get our terminal going. And let me know, about font sizes and stuff, if you can see stuff, or if you need me to make things bigger. And I'm also, so I opened a terminal. I went to terminal, new terminal. And I'm opening, I'm switching from PowerShell to Git Bash. That's going to allow me to do everything I want to do here. It's going to, allow me to install packages and basically anything I want. I should set Git Bash as my default at this point, but yeah, that's what I've been using all the time lately. Git Bash or whatever bash you. Yeah, we chill in it, Catchy. That's right. Okay. So what's the first thing I want to do when I know I'm going to be using Node to build a project? What's my first terminal? What should my first terminal command be? Yeah, npm init, right? Because that's going to help us create our packaged lock and our package.json files. So I'm going to do npm init, and I'm just going to click through all the prompts for now and say, yep, it's fine. Now we can see our package.json has been created. Yeah, y'all are getting the hang of this. All right, and the next thing I'm going to do is I also know that I'm going to be connecting to a database, and I want that, well, let's wait on that for a second. Let's not do that quite yet. So, would you be in trouble if you don't fill those fields in real life? I don't think so. You can go back and change those at any point. Yeah. I mean, I'm pretty sure that you can, so like that's just these fields right here. So think, so I mean, you can go back and you can like change stuff at any point. So there's no problem. Yeah. You can always fill them in later, like Rascal said. Exactly. Okay. So let's go ahead and start populating out our server.js files with a few of the things that we know we're going to need. Okay, so what tool is going to help me facilitate my server connection much more quickly and easily than if I tried to do it by hand? What tool is that? Yeah, Express, right. Const Express. And I'm going to say require Express. Oops, require Express. Now, in order to get Express to work, I have to install it, right? Got to go fast, get Express, indeed. So I'm going to say npm install Express. Now, do I have to say -- save? No, I don't. Newer versions of Node don't require that anymore. So we're going to say npm install Express, and it's going to do some stuff, right? And it's going to install it, and then you will see that it's now in our list of dependencies. We have Express, and we also have, yeah, well, we just have Express for now, but we'll get some other stuff on there in a minute. All right, so we've got Express, and I'm going to go ahead and set app equal to Express, which is what we're going to kind of use for our pseudonym for Express as we go along, as we start using Express methods. And if I'm connecting to a database, what else do I need? If I'm connecting to my external database, what else am I going to have to install? MongoDB, indeed, yes. So I'm going to say const Mongo client, and I'm going to say require MongoDB dot Mongo client. And now that means that I also have to install. So I'm going to say npm install MongoDB. Yes, Rascal. Sorry, KTR and Rascal. Yeah, we are going to be doing git ignore, and we'll build that in just a second. I want a few more files in my layout, and then once we kind of get our structure set up, then we'll decide what we want to go into our git ignore. Okay. Next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and set my port. I already have my app running on port 8000, so I'm going to do port, I don't know, 8005. Watch me forget and try to run it on the wrong port. Okay, perfect. So Mongo client is installed, and then the last thing I'm also going to install, if I want to if I want to hide my database credentials and sort of conceal them using a variable, what kind of file am I going to want to add to my layout? Does anybody know? I want to hide my database credentials. Yeah, I'm going to need a env file, right? But in order to do that, yeah, good way to come in with the right answer on that first time chat, Mr. MLX. Nice. Yeah, I'm going to need an env file, right? But in order to use that env file, I'm going to need something called .env. And so in order to do that, I'm going to say, okay, require .env .config. Okay, what that's going to do is it's going to allow me to create an env file, and then the database is going to, read those credentials that are stored in that file instead of me just putting them out there for the whole world to see like we've done before. So now I need also to install env or .env, right? So I need to say npm install .env, and I will admit it took me an absurd amount of time to realize that like this word was spelling like .env. I was reading it as like .dotenv. I don't know what's wrong with me, but I was like, oh, what? Well, this is such a weird name. What does that even mean? Yeah, duh. It's flipping .env, right? So yeah, that's me being a little slow today. You just got it too. Okay, I'm glad I'm not the only one. I was like, that's such an odd name. What does that even mean? Oh yeah, it's literally the thing we're using. Okay. The last thing I'm going to do is, I think we're probably going to be making a lot of like iterations and changes. Or sorry, well, yeah, let's do it in this order. So I feel like I'm going to be making a lot of iterations and changes, and I don't want to have to keep manually starting and stopping my server. So what's something I can install that would make it so I don't have to keep manually starting and stopping my server? That I want it to just recognize there's been a change and restart it for me. Thank you for the hydration. Yeah, we're gonna need nodemon, right? Okay, and for that I can just say, now this is gonna be a little different because we really only want to use nodemon in a development environment, right? So I'm gonna say npm install nodemon. And now I am gonna say save, but I'm gonna say save as dev. So save dev. That's gonna do is it's gonna put it in the dev dependency section instead of the regular dependency. Ian Douglas, whoa, thank you for the raid. Welcome. How are you? What are you guys doing? What were you guys doing on your stream today? Good to see you. We are building a something that's gonna basically allow us to interface directly and perform some CRUD operations on MongoDB. So we're just it's supposed to help folks flesh out their own APIs if they're building their own APIs. We're building something that's going to help them do that more easily. Welcome raiders, indeed. Thanks for coming, folks. What are we all working on? We're doing resume reviews, job post reviews, talk about cover letters. Oh, hey, that's pretty awesome. Feel free to subscribe to Ian Douglas if you'd like to do so. Let me see if I can do a shout out here. See if that works. Hey, there we go. I keep forgetting I have that shout out command. Hey, thanks, Windward. Good to see you here. Okay, so I think we've installed most of the things we're going to need, but the last thing that we're going to need is not something that is necessarily like required, but in our case, it's going to be useful because it's going to help us sort of live render our HTML based on the responses we're getting back from our database. So what's a tool that's going to allow us to be more sort of flexible with our HTML? Yeah, EJS, right? That's going to help us. So let's go ahead and also install EJS. We're just going to say npm install EJS. And we're not going to use that right away, but we are going to, it's going to help us as we go along. All right, so we've installed all those things. Now, the last thing that I want to do is just something that's going to make it a little bit easier for us to essentially start nodemon when we want to. So, and we can see that, so Snarfin, to answer your question, we don't need to do a start in package.json because it actually puts it in there automatically. But what we are going to do is we're going to add an additional script called dev. So I'm in my package.json file, right? And I'm going to add an additional script here called dev, and what that's going to do is it's going to help us launch nodemon much more quickly. So I can just say nodemon server.js, and that's going to basically just shorthand that launching of a surprise tool that will help us later. Yeah, it's not the Mickey Mouse show. What is that from? I hear that like as a meme all the time, but isn't it Mickey Mouse? All right, so I need to save my package.json, and we'll go back to our server.js in just a second. We can see that the rest of our dependencies are all in here. So I feel like we're set up with all the little bits and bobs that we're going to need in order to make this work. Just make sure that you save your package.json after you make this change and add this additional dev script here. Well, this is .env right here. This is that's why I say it .env, because I don't know what it is. And then it's like, yeah, no, it's .env or whatever. Oh, hey, Maurice. That's cool that you're building out your own API. And you're building with MongoDB too. Yeah. We're basically going to build something that's going to be like a GUI. We're building a GUI that's going to help you more quickly enter data into Mongo, delete data, do all the, do the update, basically the create, update, and delete operations. And a little bit of read too, a little bit of EJS for the read. So that's what we're doing tonight. There's a difference between the env and .env packages. The commas have .env. Not sure I fully understand the question there, Zena. But using .env, so I'm not sure I fully understand your comment there, Zena. But .env is what .env is going to help us do is create that environment file with that variable in there that's going to allow us to connect secretly to our database. Okay, let's go back to server.js. Oh, hey, that's all right. I fail at jokes all the time. No big deal. Okay, so let's go back to our server.js, and we're going to add just a little bit more structure. Now that I've installed .env, I can actually create my environment, little environment secret file. So let's go ahead and do that. So all I need to do is just say new file, or however you like to do it. You can do like touch or whatever. I just like to do it here in the sidebar. And I'm just going to type in .env. And you notice that creates a little file with a little gear icon next to it. I hope y'all can see that. And inside of that, this is where we're going to put our database variable. So let's pause on that for a second. We'll get the string in a second, but let's just have this ready for now. And then the last thing I'm going to go ahead and set up for now is our gitignore. So I can also say new file, and we'll do .gitignore. And inside of our gitignore, that's where we're going to go ahead and put two things. Does anybody know the two things that we're not gonna want GitHub to pick up? So when I send this up to GitHub, what are the two things that I want essentially, I want Git to ignore them. I want them to skip these files. What are some suggestions? Yeah, exactly. We're gonna want gitignore to ignore our node modules and our .env file. Yep. So, and why is that? Why do I want my gitignore to ignore my node modules? And this is super easy to set up. We can just type in node modules and .env. Right, yes, node modules are huge, right? And we've seen in a couple of my previous streams, I keep forgetting to set up a gitignore, which is why I'm doing it now. And you try to push the node modules up, and it's just massive, right? You got this massive file with a ton of stuff that you don't need, because it's so easy to just install them yourself if you're pulling this down from GitHub. So instead of all that, we're just gonna just say, hey Git, just don't even bother with this. It's way too big, just skip it. And so that's why, you know, by putting these in here, we're going to say, hey, ignore this massive, you know, junk folder essentially. Well, not junk, but thing you don't need. And, you know, just ignore this, and also ignore all the secret stuff that we don't want to share. In this case, our, you know, database connection string, right? Whoa, dude, I've uploaded node modules before. You definitely do not want to upload them. Indeed. And so have I. And you have video evidence of that by looking at like my 2 previous streams where I forgot both times. So yeah, I've done it a lot. Which is why we're setting up the get ignore right now versus at the end when I forget. Yeah, and Lily Yao, you're exactly right. Coming in there with the right answer on that first time chat. Yep. I love all my first time chatters. You all are so like, you always come in like a laser with the right answer. Like you've been waiting, you've been lurking in the stream chat, just watching it, waiting for your moment, and then you come in with the right answer and it's like, yes, A+. It's awesome. I love it. Okay, so we've got that, and I'm going to save this. Don't forget to save so that you're all set up there. Okay, so now I think we can actually start doing some code. Making sure I didn't forget anything, at least for now. We're going to do some more stuff later, but we're going to do some more architecture stuff later. But let's truck along for a little bit here. Actually start doing some code. So I've got my port, got my Mongo, I've got my express variables, got my .env. All right. Next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to set up sort of, you know, some variables that are going to help us as we go, and make it so we don't have to keep typing things out every single time. So I'm going to kind of follow Leon's template here. There's a lot of different ways you could do it. In this case, we're just going to kind of track along with Leon, and we're just going to say, hey, let DB, I bet you can guess what that stands for. We're going to declare a couple things at once here. We're going to say let DB, DB connection string equals process dot env dot DB string. Now, what is that? Interesting. So we have something here called DB string, but we didn't declare this variable. Where are we going to put this variable? Where does this go? Where are we going to declare DB string? Well, I'm also going to set up my DB name. In this case, mine is called Star Trek API. Okay, so where do I declare this DB string variable? Right, that's what we put in our env file, right? That's where we put our env. And that's going to hide it, you know, and allow us to exclude it from loading it to GitHub if we would like, and kind of obfuscate it a little bit. Yeah, exactly. So you can go ahead and fill this out with whatever database you're wanting to connect to. So in this case, my database name is called Star Trek API. However, yours may be called something different. So feel free to connect to your own. And for your DB string, you're going to go into your .env file. Yeah, Snarf, and you know, if you want to like connect to the if you want to like connect to the Star Wars one, if you have that one, or any database really that you potentially have, if you really don't have one, I would highly suggest setting one up. You know, just because it's good to get familiar with Mongo, but you don't have to do it right now. All right, so let's go into our .env file and get that configured. So in this case, all we need to do is just say db underscore string. And right here is where you're going to put your connection string that comes from MongoDB. So let's look where to find that. Oh, thank you, Leo. Yeah, that's pretty much, Mindwolf is pretty much my my name on every platform almost, except for YouTube, really. It's pretty much my name everywhere, so you can find me pretty easily in other places like Twitter, or Discord. But yeah, no, thank you very much. It's the kind of name I came up with when I think I was 12, and it's just kind of stuck around. All right, so let's go back to Mongo and let's see where we can find our connection string. So I'm going back to my browser here, and I'm in MongoDB, and right now I'm looking at my database. However, if I want to get my connection information for that database, I can just click database, which kind of brings me back to my dashboard here. and I can say connect. So this is kind of like the home page for this Star Trek API database area, and it's on my cluster 0. So I can just say connect, and I'm going to say connect your application. And once I do that, I can see that what it gives me is this wonderful connection string right here. But what it doesn't give me is it doesn't put in my password. So that's something you need to put in yourself. And so what I would recommend is that when you set up your database, it's going to ask you to set up a user. Just like copy that password and put it somewhere safe, whether that's in a password manager or, I don't know, a sticky note on your desktop or something like that, just so you have access to it easily, and you can put it in when you need to. But wherever you put it is up to you, and it's very easy to change this password if you lose it. Believe me, I have done it multiple times. And also it's just safer for me, being a streamer, having previously shared my password on stream, it's just safer if I change it. So you can just copy this connection string and click close, and we can go back to our app and just paste this right into our string. The light green is so saturated on the white background. Yeah. I'm wondering if my color balance might be off. I don't know. Do the colors look weird on my screen, on my stream? Do they look weird? I got this new monitor and I'm still messing with it. But anyway, we paste our connection string right here into our .env file, and don't forget that you will need to change the password to the actual password for your database. So I'm going to do that. I'm going to move this off screen, and let's see. Well, I guess I have to move the whole thing. So yeah, you get to look at my desktop and all the games that I have installed and judge me on it. All right, you can judge my tastes. I'm going to put my connection string in. Real one. The Witcher 3. Yes. Okay. And and of course I put it right back on the screen, but you didn't see that. I'll change it again anyway. All right, and so once you put your string in, go ahead and save your .env file. And we'll switch back to server.js. Go ahead and close this. Yay, Bioshock, yeah. I've got so many games that I haven't even installed. Like my Steam library is huge, and I have a bunch of games from like itch.io and stuff like that, and Humble Bundle that it's too much. I gotta curate. Yeah, so I've put my connection string in there. I put my password in, and I have saved it, so it's ready to go. And now our connection string here will be able to grab that out of the env file and use it to log into the database. I claim the free Epic game every week, and I haven't played any of them. Yeah, see, it's too much. Like, there's just too much content, right? Especially now we're all doing this stuff. I just physically do not have time. So when you push this to GitHub, that will keep me from getting a message about sensitive info. Yeah, it should. For example, when I pushed my code to GitHub this morning about the database builder, I had my credentials enclosed in that env file, and I didn't get any message about it, right? Because they're ignored. They're in our gitignore file, right? We put our .env into our gitignore, and so what that means is that it doesn't even get pushed up. It's hidden in the variable. Nobody on GitHub is going to see it. It's all fine. If I don't have the .env file in the .env folder, should I just create one? Well, all you really need to do is just make sure that you have .env installed. So npm install, right? npm install .env, right? Just do that. And then just create, so do your new file and create a .env file. That's all you need to do. And then, put the appropriate things into your .env file. Put your database string in there. Is it best to use .env or config folder to save the MongoDB string? I've only heard .env so far. I'm not going to say what's best. I'm going to say what works for me is .env, but I mean, there may be a best practice out there that I'm not aware of. What were the NPM installs that we've done so far? Yeah, good question. For those of you who are just joining now, we have, of course, done NPM init. So we've done NPM init. We've done what kind of helps is if you take the header, and kind of just go down the line. So we've done npm init, right, to get our package.json file. We've done express. So we've done npm install express. We've done npm install npm install MongoDB. We've done npm install .env. And we've also, in addition to that, we've also done installed EJS, which we aren't going to use right away. So if you don't install it right away, that's fine. And we've also installed nodemon. So npm install nodemon, which is going to help us by automatically restarting our server each time we make a change. Again, that nodemon isn't necessary, but it's nice to have. Does the DB name in server.js need to be the exact same as the MongoDB one? Yes, because that's literally how this MongoDB client is gonna figure out where it's supposed to connect to. Because in real life, what you're gonna have is you're gonna have probably like a bunch of databases in a cluster, and they're all gonna have different names. That's how things work a lot of times. You're gonna have multiple different databases. Where maybe it's a development, QA, and prod. And then you're going to have, or just a bunch of other types of instances. And so you need to be able to tell Mongo exactly which database to connect to. Yeah, Priscilla, so just hit enter. Just keep hitting enter on that until it gives you your prompt back. Just keep, you don't have to fill any of that out. Just hit enter until you get your package.json file. Hey, Nene, welcome. Okay, so we've kind of got our basic database stuff in place. Now I want to go ahead and set up my connection to Mongo. Yeah, the rare moment where key mashing is recommended. Indeed, just enter, 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 enter until it stops asking you for things. Yep. All right. So the next thing we want to do is we want to go ahead and connect to our Mongo database. So in this case, because Express is awesome, all I need to do is say Mongo client dot connect. Ta-da! All right, this is going to help us set up our connection. So we first need to tell it what database we would like to connect to, because we gave it this string, right? So you might be saying, well, we gave it the connection string already, right? What does it need anything else for? Well, this is really just kind of connecting us to like the appropriate cluster. And then from there, we need to drill down into the specific database and then down into the specific collection that we're. So we have our database connection string. So go ahead and connect. And also too, I don't think this is necessary anymore, as we discovered on the last string. But in Leon's template, he says use unified topology equals true, which is just this. I don't believe this is necessary anymore. So we'll try it without, just for funsies. So if you're going off of Leon's template, that's in there. But I believe we discovered on my last stream that we don't need this anymore. So we'll just try it without. We'll see if it works. If it doesn't, I'll put it back. It's no big deal. And this is a promise. So we're going to go ahead and say connect, have our connection string. Then we're going to go ahead and connect to the appropriate database. Why don't we need it anymore? Just a newer version of the client. From what I understand, it's just a newer version, and it's just defaults to that. So just as things, it seems like a lot of these like dependencies and modules and stuff get upgraded really fast quite often. Because most tutorials that you find are going to be out of date, it seems, in one way or the other. So it's not a big deal if you use deprecated stuff, because things change so quickly, is what I'm discovering. It's just like, You know, you go to a tutorial that was written 4 months ago and it's already out of date. Yeah, Rascal, that's a great answer because the library now uses those values by default. They were experimental at the time, but now they are stable. Yep. Oh, and we've got a stretch here. All right, perfect. There we go. Pop my shoulder there a little bit. Will we practice async await? Yes, we will. We'll practice it from inside of our main.js file, not our server.js, just for now. Yeah, we'll do some async await inside of main.js. For this, we'll just use basic promises. Stretches should be exclusives only. Nah, nah. I ain't doing those. I ain't doing those kinds of stretches. I do the kind that we're like, or I make weird faces. All right, so this is a promise. So we're gonna say then do something. So establish the connection. Then inside of that client that we get back, we're gonna wanna go ahead and actually connect to the specific database that we want. So this is gonna connect us to the cluster, and then we want to go ahead and connect to our specific database. So it's helpful to have a console log once you're connected to say, hey, look, this was successful, didn't get any errors. We can say connected to, and we can just say DB name, database. All right. And right after that, is when we establish the connection. El Duffy, hey, welcome. You just console log a nice string with an emoji. Yeah, you can console log emojis too. Yeah, it's an option. And now we can say, all right, let's set our DB equal to the client.db name. And so we have that stored in our DB variable. All right, so this should help establish our connection. And theoretically, as long as your connection string, as long as your DB string and your password are correct, you should be able to establish your connection with this. Emojis make every console log better. Hey, yeah, I don't disagree with you. All right, now let's go ahead and let's just see if we can go ahead and establish a connection. We'll go ahead and save this. And oh, and also too, let's go ahead and set up our listen too. Let's set up so we're listening on a server. So if I want to go ahead and set up, make it so that I'm listening on a particular port, what do I need? What method do I need to use? What express method do I need to use? Yeah, we're gonna go ahead and say app.listen, right? Listen on a particular port. And this is going to help us, like, basically we're doing the client, we're doing the connection, we're doing the listen first. Basically just so we can just check the console and make sure that both of those things are functioning the way we expect. So in this case, I'm going to say app.listen, and then we'll add all the meat. This is the bread inside of our sandwich. Like, this is just the bread. You need it to make a sandwich, right? It's kind of boring, but you need it to make a sandwich. And then once we have the bread out of the bag and make sure it's not moldy, then we can actually start putting the delicious things inside of the sandwich. You tell I'm kind of hungry. All right, app.listen, and we're going to say process.env port or port and oops, no parameters. And we'll go ahead and console log that the server is running. Oops. There we go. That'll just make sure we have a database connection and that we are able to fire up our server. Did I make a mistake somewhere? Oh, yeah, you're right. Yep, dbname.name. You're right. Good catch. Good catch. All right, DB name. Yep, I made a small mistake there, setting my DB variable to DB name. Sullivan asked, I thought there was something like use unified topology in the database connection. Yeah, we did talk about that just a little bit. It doesn't, from what I understand, it's no longer required. And Rascal mentioned in modern versions of MongoDB, it's no longer required. It's applied by default. But you can still have it in there if you want. It doesn't hurt anything. Yeah, I've done it both ways. Doesn't hurt. So probably good to know about in case you're in a workplace that's maybe using an older version of Mongo for whatever reason. What I find is a lot of times workplaces may have maybe running older versions of software or services on purpose because they have something else that can't run on newer versions of that software or service, so that they cannot upgrade. I've encountered that several times. So yeah, we're running this 10-year-old version of this program because this other dependency that we need doesn't work with anything newer. So you get that. All right. Save this. Now let's just see if we can get, number one, establish our connection, and number two, get our server running. So we don't have anything in here to put or get yet, but it should still log to the console. All right, so in order to start NodeMon, what am I going to type into the terminal? We got some different answers here. Remember, I'm specifically wanting to start NodeMon. And for those of you who are on the stream a little bit earlier, I put a special script in my package.json file in order to do that. So let's just look at my package.json real quick. So if you remember, this start script is in here by default. So we have that, but that's not going to start NodeMon. That's just going to start Node. But I put this second script in here. So what do I type in order to make this script run? Yeah, npm run dev. Absolutely, y'all are saying it. Yep, npm run dev, exactly. So that's what I'm going to type. All right, let's see if it works. So my server's running. That's good. And let's see if I can establish a database connection. Hey, look at that. Look what it says down here. Our server's running. Perfect. And the second thing, connected to Star Trek API database. So that means that my connection string was correct. So with those two things working, now we can build literally everything else. So remember, we have the bread. Now we can actually put the good things inside of our sandwich. Your connection string is not working. Yeah, so make sure, go back to, go back to Mongo if you need to, copy it again, and also make sure that you put your password. So take out where it says password, like in the string where it says password in carrots, take out the word password and the carrots and replace it with your actual password for that database. First try, indeed. Big Suggs, did you put number one, did you install NodeMon? Did you say npm install NodeMon? And when you install it, go ahead and do save dev. npm install NodeMon -- save -dev. So you did, okay? And did you put the script inside of your package.json file? You have to type this in. This doesn't happen automatically. You need to put this script in yourself. So under scripts, make sure that you have one that says dev and NodeMon server.js. And you can double check whether you have NodeMon installed as well. So you should see NodeMon here under your dev dependencies. So look under dev dependencies and make sure that you have NodeMon down here. Exactly, Sanjay. Yeah, well, oh, and welcome back, by the way. Good to see you again. Yeah, good thing we pulled the connection string out to an env variable. Yep, we actually just learned how to do that in our class on Thursday. So this is new knowledge. Yep. An anonymous gifter. What? Thank you, anonymous person. Oh my goodness. Wow. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much for the subs. Everybody enjoy your subs. Good to hear that sound a few times. I don't mind it though. It's a good sound. Oh, you can see the error. Good, awesome. Good troubleshooting, Big Sugs. Kismet, yeah. So if you don't have a database to connect to, it probably can't find the connection string. Yeah. And yeah, and Rascal already answered the question about the database passwords. So yes, each database has a unique username and password combo, which you set when you're creating it, or you can reset from the database security section. So yeah, when you set up your database, you'll essentially configure like an administrative user. And you'll give that user a password. And so that's why I was saying it's good if you remember that. So take that password and put it somewhere, like safe. Put it somewhere safe so you have it and you can just drop it in when you need to. Because it will always ask you for that. It should have prompted you for a password, Xena. You can always set one up though. If it didn't ask you for one, you can go back to Mongo and you can set one up. I believe if you look in the left-hand menu and you're like looking at your Mongo database, on the left-hand menu there should be like something about access, like network access. And if you click on that, it should show like the usernames who have access to your database. And you can configure that there. You can give it a new password. You can see, number one, you can see the username. Number two, you can reset the password if you need to. Hey, welcome, Commander. Good to see you. All right, so this is all we have so far, but what we have here is working, so that's awesome. So we have our bread. Now let's start building our sandwich. These are our two boring bread slices, and now we get to put the good stuff in our sandwich. So we're going to want to do a few things here. And this is essentially where we're going to want to put like all of our create, update, and delete operations. But before we do that, we do need a few more things. Before we start doing our gets and our posts and our puts and all that stuff, we're going to need some middleware. And what middleware does is it helps you essentially sort of, it acts as a middleman. It's middleware, it acts as a middleman, and it can help manipulate the data as it travels back and forth from your start point to your end point, wherever that is. You know, from our API to our Mongo, it can kind of do things while to that data that's flowing back and forth. So in order instead of saying like app.get or app.put, instead we can say app.use for that middleware. Enable that. Line 8. Why is a comma not needed on line 8? Well, I don't know. I missed the comma, but it seems to work anyway. So there was supposed to be a comma there. I didn't put it, but it seemed to work. So best practice, though, I think would be to have a comma there. Xena, if you try it again immediately, it does take a minute to like process that password change. So you might see at the top of your Mongo, you might see like a little banner saying like, I don't know, processing change, or it says something. It has a little status. And so you need to wait like a minute or two for that to finish processing before you can try to connect again. In a single collection on MongoDB database, can we have more than one document? Yep. You can have as many as you want. You can have thousands, millions. Yeah. Remember, I like to think of a collection like a UPS truck. Or sorry, I like to think of a database like a UPS truck, and the collection is like the boxes in the truck. So inside of each box, I could have, 1,000 pieces of paper, or 100 Lego sets or something like that. I can have as many as I want, as long, they'll just fit in the box. The box will be as big as it needs to be in order to fit the contents. Yeah. So database is the truck, and the collection are the boxes, and the documents are the things in the boxes. Okay, so we've got that set up, and so now let's configure our middleware. So I know that a little bit later on, we're going to want to render some stuff. We're going to want to kind of render our HTML in a dynamic way. And so the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and make sure that EJS is going to work for us. What would we do without Rascal2 in the chat? Indeed. I know. All right, so the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and set EJS as our view engine. And basically what that's going to do is it's going to allow us to render an EJS file instead of like an index.html file. So I'm going to say view engine is going to be EJS, which we're going to use later. And I'm also going to add some middleware here. Hey, Tribe, welcome. I'm glad you get the chance to catch me live. Good to have you here. App.use is going to be my middleware here. So we're gonna just set up some stuff that's express. So express.static public. Now what is this doing? What this is going to do is it's going to say, hey, Express, when you're looking for like CSS and JavaScript and stuff like that, look in the public folder. We're going to have a public folder that's going to allow us to essentially host our HTML and our CSS and our JavaScript inside of our local host instead of, you know, like doing like a live server or hosting it locally or hosting it, you know, from like if we were to do like go live. This is going to put everything on our port 8005 and it's going to hold it in a public folder. So we'll set that up in a minute. App.use is going to, next thing we want to do is we want to make sure that we are able to process URLs accordingly. And I'm not 100% sure what this does. I just know that we need it. So bear with me. URL encoded. And we're going to say extended is true. All right. Okay, well, let's see what this does. So returns middleware that only parses URL encoded bodies and only looks at requests when the content type header matches the type option. Okay, so I know that when we are passing things via like post and that sort of thing, we're adding in like a header. Like post and put, I believe we're adding in like headers. And so this, I guess, is going to help us parse those headers. Why do we need the brackets within the parentheses? Well, this is an object of some kind. So even though it only has one key and one property, but it's still very much an object. Yeah, Sangiz, exactly, because it requires an object as an argument. Yep. Don't know why, but it does. Again, it's Legos, right? It's just Legos. All right, last piece of middleware that we're going to go ahead and set up is going to be our JSON. So, because we're going to be dealing with JSON quite a bit. So we need to make sure that Express can handle it. So express.json, this is what we use instead of like body parser. I think previously body parser was what was used instead of this. But now we can just say express.json. Hooray. All right. So what does this say? It says it returns middleware that only parses JSON and only looks at requests when the content type header matches the type option. Yeah, so so this is just going to allow Express to parse our JSON. Hey, Intelligence, welcome. Good to see you. Okay, well, I think we are well past due for a break. So go ahead and save this. We've got all of our middleware set up. And now the next thing we're going to do is we're actually going to start setting up our get and our put and our post and adding some additional content over here that's going to allow us to render some stuff. Okay, so let's go ahead and save this and we'll take 5 minutes. And when we come back, then we will go ahead and start adding the meat to our sandwich. So I'm going to put 5 minutes on the clock and I'll see you back here shortly. Also, too, I did add a couple of additional channel point rewards, so feel free to take a look at those during the break as well. 5-minute timer. I'll leave this kind of visible so you can see in case you're still catching up. Snarfin, for this VOD, you don't need to connect Heroku. We're not going to do that on this VOD. Heroku is not going to be in the picture. We are just focusing strictly on CRUD methods and Mongo. We're not going to deploy this time. All right, I will see you all back here shortly. Enjoy your break. Go do something else. Ready, folks? Come on back. Come on back. Back here shortly. We've got a couple of redemptions here, so I did take that hydrate over the break, believe me. And also, you forgot the comments again. That's a good point. I like that redemption. I am going to add some comments to this to make it a little easier to follow. That's a great idea. Pretty bad about that, so I appreciate the reminder. All right. Go ahead and stop the timer so it doesn't beep at you. And we'll go ahead and minimize this for now. Webcam back on. Hello, hello, welcome back, everybody. Let's pull back up. Go. Okay, so yeah, let's go ahead and just take this 1 minute and let's add some comments. So up top here, we're just going to say we're required dependencies. And then next what we did was we declared database variables. And the next thing that we did was we connected to MongoDB. And the next thing we did was we set our middleware. And then the last thing we did was set up localhost on port. Yeah. Okay. So hopefully that helps. Again, I love that redemption. I should get better at adding some more comments to my code. So good idea. All right, and I hope you had the chance to look at my new channel point rewards. If you get enough points, you can name a foster kitten. I don't have any that need names right now, but believe me, I've fostered for so long, I am out of names. So it's a pretty sweet reward. So keep your eye on it for later. And all right. Now, let's move on a little bit. You 100% saving up to name a foster kitten? Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I have 4 right now. They're literally within like a few days of going back to the shelter. Yeah. I had their mama too for a while. And yeah, I'm so out of names. I just cannot think of any more names. So that's why I'm farming it out to you. Hydrate. Okay, I got you. Okay. So now let's go ahead and start adding some more components to our file here of things that we're going to need. So we mentioned a little bit earlier when we were setting up our middleware, we said, hey, Express, use this public folder. And what that's going to allow us to do is going to allow us to essentially render our HTML, our CSS, and our main.js file within that local host that we're setting up. So within like our port 8000 or our port 8005 in my case. Or if you're deploying this to Heroku, it would allow you to render all that stuff directly from your Heroku API. So we're going to go ahead and add an additional folder over here. So in my list of items here, I'm going to say, hey, add a folder, please. Yeah, Chrysantigo, of course. Yeah, feel free. Use this. Definitely, this is meant to be a template for you all, so that you can use it. You can change it to meet your API needs, whatever they may be, and definitely, yeah, definitely bend it and break it and make it your own. So we're going to add a public folder, just a folder called public, nothing special. And in there is where we're going to put our main.js and our style.css folder. So we can add those now or we can add them later. I'm going to go ahead and just add them now. Main.js and our style.css. Those are going to go in our public folder, and Express is going to know exactly where to look for those, so that when we're trying to essentially have like a home page for our API out on our server somewhere, we can say, yeah, Express, you know where to find the CSS and the JavaScript that you need in order to render that properly. Okay, the next thing we want to add is what's going to be our HTML file. So instead of just saying index.html over here in our file list, we're going to go ahead and create an additional folder called views. And you may have noticed in our middleware, we said app.set viewEngine EJS, right? Because we're going to want to render some HTML sort of dynamically based on what we have in our database. And so we're going to use EJS to do that. And in order to make our EJS function properly, we're going to need a folder that's called views. And inside of there is where we're going to put our index file. However, I'm not going to say index.html. I'm going to say index dot what? If I wanted to, because it's not HTML, right? It's not. It looks like HTML, but that's a lie. It's actually EJS, exactly. Index.ejs. Yeah. It looks like HTML, but it's just playing. It's wearing a mask. It's wearing a disguise. It's actually EJS, which then renders as HTML. Yep. Exactly. Okay, so now this should be pretty much all the structure that we need in order to make our app function, or make our API interface, our GUI, function as expected. Okay, let's go back to our server.js file and start adding some more methods. So you can feel free to just copy, just copy this structure. And we don't have anything in here yet. We're just setting up the framework. And right now we're just going to be working in our server.js file. Okay, so after my middleware, I can go ahead and start configuring my my server to essentially start listening for certain types of requests. This is where we start getting into the CRUD, right? We're going to focus on, create, read, update, and delete. But those methods have different names when you are actually working in Express. Okay. So let's start out with the most common one. What type of request am I going to use when I just want to, for example, when I just want to display a homepage? What type of request is that going to be? For example, when I visit the root URL for a website, what type of request is that? What type of, or what method should that use? Yeah, it's a get, right? And that's the R in CRUD. That's the read in CRUD. So we're going to say app.get. And what this is going to do is it's basically going to allow us to display this homepage for our GUI. You can see that when I don't know if you guys can see that, it's probably too small, but what this says up here is just localhost 8000. It's just the root. It's the homepage in order to display this GUI here. So that's a GET request, and it's, I guess, listening for just the root, which is just that slash. Okay, and what are the two default parameters that I'm going to be using in all of these methods? Yeah, app.get slash, exactly. What are my two default parameters? Yep. Yeah, request and response, or rec and res. You can use whichever one you would prefer. You'll probably see me using both. I'm confusing like that. So we'll do request and response. We'll write it out at first. Request, response, yeah. Oh. It's interesting, that made it look like a variable. Oh well, it'll be fine. Okay, request response, and have this be inside of an arrow function. There we go, that looks better now. Okay, and so when we first connect to this, essentially what we want to do is we say, all right, when somebody visits the home page for this, we want to display that GUI, that home page with all the form boxes and everything in it, which we're going to assemble in a little bit. But we do, that's pretty much what we want to display here. And what we're going to want to do on that home page is we're going to want to make sure that it has a connection. So because we're going to be using that home page to feed information to and from our database, right? We're going to be sending it stuff. We're going to be getting stuff. We're going to want to have an active list of items inside of our database. And so we're going to need an active connection to our specific database collection that we're going to be working with. In this case, it's going to be our alien info. So essentially what we're going to do is we're going to grab everything out of the database, and then we're going to render it on that index.html page and make sure that we have that back and forth collection. So we'll just make our connection. We'll say database.collection alien info is the collection that we want to connect to, and just grab everything out of there and dump it into an array. That's going to allow us to actually use it. So grab everything out, dump it into an array, and be ready to use it. And we'll go ahead and console log that as well. Set it to a variable here. Let contents equal everything in there in an array. Console log that. Now that wouldn't be good for like a giant, database, but for our small database, it's fine. And then after that, what we're going to want to do is, sorry, this is actually a promise. So after that, what we're going to want to do is generate a list of all the names of the aliens in our database, and then render, essentially then render that on our index.ejs page. But let's pause on that for now, and let's not do that just yet, because really we didn't build out our index.ejs at all yet. Just know that that's what we're going to use to render, this GET request is what we're going to use to render our index.ejs. Okay, so we have our GET, and we're going to come back and we're going to flesh that out in a little bit. And what's another method that we can do? What's another method that we're going to want to need in order to make our GUI function the way we want? Remember, our GUI can insert stuff into our database. It can get rid of stuff in our database, and it can update stuff in our database. Yeah, we can post as well, right? So we can say app.post. And for that, we're going to want to maybe use a slightly different URLs, because when we hit the root, we really just want that to be a GET to display the home page. But when we actually want to post data, we should have that have a slightly different path. So in this case, I'm going to say /API, and again we have our request and response. Essentially, we can just copy paste this request and response. Oops. And inside of there is where we're going to start inserting some data once we're ready to do that. But we're not going to do that just yet. We're just setting up our basic methods here. I don't want to get too ahead of myself. So we have our GET, we have our post. What's another one that we're going to want to do? What's another? So in our GUI, remember, we can add data to our database, which is our post. We can GET, which displays the home page. We can update, and we can delete. Put, yeah, exactly, right? We're going to want to put things as well. App.put. And for that, we're going to have a slightly different path as well. So we can say update. I'm going to call that update entry. We're going to be updating stuff. When we put, remember, we're doing an update. So again, we're going to have our request and our response, same format each time, beginning familiar. All right, so put, and then what's our last, oops, I got my string screwed around there. What is our last CRUD action that we can do? Hey, Jim, welcome. What's the last thing in CRUD that we haven't talked about yet? Yeah, delete, indeed, if you want to be fancy. Yes, app.delete is going to be our last method. app.delete. And in this case, we're going to have it direct from the path of delete entry. And again, same format, request response. There we go. Okay, so now we've got the basic shell of all 4 methods that we're going to be using. And remember to just FYI, make sure you put this stuff after your middleware. So middleware comes first and then all your requests. Otherwise it won't work properly. So make sure that your middleware, all your middleware stuff is declared first, and then your CRUD methods. Yeah. All right. So let's start fleshing this out a little bit. Actually, I kind of started with the get. So let's go ahead and we'll flesh out get, and then we'll do post. Because, the very first thing that we need to do is actually render some HTML so that people can, see it, see what they want to do. So Jim asked, do you use Docker for Node.js and MongoDB? No, just mostly because I haven't learned it yet. We're still doing very basic manipulation here. I've heard of Docker, certainly. I have never used it though. Okay. So let's go ahead and finish fleshing out our get. And in order to do that, we are also going to want to build up our index.ejs file a little bit, just so we have something to write to here. Because what we're going to want to do is we're essentially want to write the contents of our database to our index file. But in order to do that, we obviously need a place for that data to be written, right? So let's just pop over to our index.ejs and set up a little bit of stuff there. So we're heading over to index.ejs now, which is in our views folder. But first I am going to save this. So that way we can start to see stuff rendering in the browser and make sure that things are working the way that we want. Once we set up our index.ejs anyway, we're going to be able to start to see stuff rendering in the browser. Yeah, so middleware, Priscilla, middleware helps you sort of manipulate the data as it passes to and from the starting point and the end point, wherever that is. And so it can do various things, like it can help parse your JSON. It can tell, in this case, when a GET request is sent, it tells Express to, hey, look in the public folder for the CSS and the JavaScript files. It's allowing us to use EJS to render our HTML. So it's just facilitating things a little bit when requests are sent or received, giving Express some notes on what to do. At least that's the way I interpret it. Okay, so let's head over to index.ejs. And let's start fleshing that out a little bit. So in order to get a quick structure, in case you didn't know this, in order to get a quick structure for your HTML or EJS file, what you can do is just in VS Code, just type HTML5, and it gives you the basic setup, the very basics of what you need. It gives you your head and your body, and then the header stuff as well. So just type HTML5 and hit enter. That'll give you the basics. And we also need to add a little bit more stuff. We need to add a link to our style sheet, right? So we can just say link, and feel free to just copy this from something else that you already have. You don't need to type it out. Again, it's Legos, right? And so the more Legos you can have in your toy box, the easier you can build stuff. So feel free to copy paste from somewhere else. And we're just going to say styles.css. And we don't need to say public styles.css or anything like that, because we've already told Express, that it's going to be looking inside the public folder for this. So we can just say styles.css inside of our header. And then the last thing we need to do is also link our JavaScript, which we don't have yet, but we will. And we do that generally. You don't have to, but we do that generally at the bottom. So not there. At the end of our body, we just say script. and we link our CSS there. Type is text / JavaScript, and our source is, again, we don't need to say public, we can just say main.js, and then close our script. Hey, there we go. Okay, so that's all set. Oh, and I forgot to close my tag. Oh, it was giving me a red there. There, all right. And I gotta close my tag properly. There. Okay, so now inside of our body, we can go ahead and start setting up like the basic structure of our GUI that we want to build. And as a reminder, it's not too complicated. It really just looks like this. We've got 2 columns, one on the left, one on the right, inputting data and updating on the left, and deleting and showing a list of current entries on the right. Okay, so nothing crazy, really not much formatting at all, just functional. That's the way I like it. Hey, Chemo, welcome. And thanks, Chrysantigo, for reminding me about closing the link. Yep. Okay, so really what I'm going to do is I'm just going to have essentially just a section for like a wrapper, and then 2 column sections. So I'm going to say, but first let's just actually just lay out let's just have it so it can just render the list of existing database entries. We're not going to get too crazy yet. We'll add the form and stuff like that, but let's just go ahead for now. We'll create a wrapper section, and we'll give it a class of row. And inside of that, we'll go ahead and we'll create another section with a class of column. Okay. And this nesting is going to help us with our formatting later. We're just going to use a little bit of I'm spacing flex. We're going to use a little bit of flex to just lay this out real nice once we get down to it. So we have row, we have column, and inside of that, I'm just going to go ahead and put an H2, not an H3, H2, and I'm just going to call it current aliens. And this is where I'm going to render my list of current aliens that are in my database each time I make a change. So current aliens, and inside of there, I'm going to have a list. But what's going to be special about this list is it's going to use EJS to basically dynamically render itself depending on what's actually in the database. Okay, so I'm going to have my UL, and it's going to have a class of aliens. Keep doing that. Aliens. All right. I'm way out of practice on like hand typing HTML, which is why I'm hand typing it, because it's good to practice, because I'm out of practice. Do we need that slash at the end of link rel? That's just what's in my copy pasta. It may not be necessary. Honestly, I don't remember. It doesn't seem to hurt anything. Nope, it's not needed. Okay, I'll take it out. It's best practice then to take it out. I didn't have it in there and then I put it back. I don't know. Who knows? All right. This is the kind of stuff I don't, I just copy and paste every time. So typing it out, I probably made a mistake. Okay, so now this is where we actually get into EJS a little bit. So each time when you're writing EJS, you're going to use a lot of percentage symbols. And I wouldn't say, this is the kind of thing, like Leon says, like, do you memorize this? No. Should you recognize it when you see it? Probably yes, right? Should I be able to look at EJS and be like, yeah, that's EJS. I know what that is. But should I like memorize specifically how to write everything? Probably not. This would be the type of thing that personally I would copy and paste. We're going to type it out, but maybe this is just the kind of thing maybe you just have on hand as like a snippet. So essentially what we're going to do here is we're going to loop through We're going to loop through the info that we're getting. We're going to get a list from our database. We're going to loop through that list, and we're going to write each list element independently to a list, like to a list item, right? And then we're going to render that as HTML. So for let I equal 0, where I is less than info.length, and here info is going to be the name of the list that we're going to get back from our database, and I++. Okay, for that, blah, 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 and then we're going to start an object here, and we're going to have our little parenthesis, or sorry, our little %sign, and inside of this object, we're going to essentially assign a list item for each item in the list. We're going to assign a list item for each item in the list that we get from our database. All right, so li class is going to be alien. Okay. The class really doesn't matter. It's just styling, right? You could do this without. And we're going to have a span. So each item is going to have a, it's going to have a bullet point, and it's going to have a span with some text in it. So we'll say span. And we're going to render the specific, whatever specific list item we're currently on. So % equals info I. And %, close the caret. That's what's going to be inside of our span. And the last thing we need to do is also just close our object here. So caret, %sign, %sign, caret. Okay, so what is this doing here, right? If it, like, the %signs can kind of like throw your eye off a little bit, but if you look at it, it's actually pretty clear. It's actually pretty clear what it's doing, right? Forgot to put a space there. The spacing is important here, at least for the formatting. It's actually pretty clear what it's doing, right? It's taking an array of some kind. It's looping through it for its entire length. And for each loop, it's creating a list item. And the text that it's adding to that list item is basically whatever's in the array at index I, right? So it's not completely foreign to things that we've done before. It's just, it looks a little different, but the logic is understandable. According to HTML5, both, oh, the slash, yeah. I've seen it both ways. I think I just copied and pasted from somewhere. EJS breaks your brain. Yeah, I think the formatting is the hardest part, like getting the percentages and things right, but really the logic makes sense, right? This is not something that we haven't done before. Looping through an array, creating something and grabbing whatever's at that particular index in the array. It's just going through the array, creating list items, and assigning it with that text. So it's not a foreign concept necessarily. It just looks different. I think it makes sense in a weird way. Yeah, absolutely, it does. You just got to look at it a little bit and kind of walk through each line to see what's happening. Okay, so I think that's all we're gonna do for now. We're gonna kind of make sure that's displaying okay. We're gonna pass it some data, and we're gonna see if we can just render our list of existing items from our GET request. So let's go ahead and save this. And I've closed my sections. I'm just double checking. So format should be correct. All right, now we've got this in here. We've got our EJS in. Let's go ahead and pop back to our server.js file, and let's finish fleshing out this get method so it can actually pass information over to our EJS file. Okay. And any last questions on this EJS before we move over? What was the question? Hang on. I didn't put the slash in mine, and it seemed to work. I'm just sloppy. I just checked my original. I don't have the slash. Well, let's try it. Let's see what it does. Nope. Looks like, I imagine you probably have to use like the HTML comment thingy, whatever that is. I even forget now. Yeah. So if you, so see how I did there? I just put the, you know, the exclamation point dash dash, and that added a comment. Yeah. Unfortunately, it's not as easy as slash slash. Um, Earlier today, I actually tried to do. I was writing JavaScript, and I tried to do the SQL type comment, single line comment like this with dash dash. Yeah, that doesn't work either. There's so many different languages, and they all do their comments differently. It's so confusing. Yeah, I always forget which one I'm doing. Okay, so we're done there. Let's go back to our server.js. Oh, of course, EJS has its own comment system. Of course. Yet one more to remember. But you can use HTML comments, which is good. Thanks, Rascal. Single line. Why do they have to keep reinventing the comment? Well, so think about what's happening there, and Silva. So how do you apply CSS on EJS? Well, it's actually it's EJS, but it's going to render as HTML in the DOM. And so you can link your scripts just like you can link your scripts just like you would with HTML, right? We have our link to our style sheet, we have our link to our JavaScript, and we've already told Express that, you know, hey, look in this public folder and you'll find your style and your JavaScript. And when we get into the browser, it's going to render just fine. Okay, so Git. So we've already grabbed the contents of our database collection and we've dropped them into an array, and we'll console log that at some point. And the next thing we're going to do is we are going to, actually, wait, hang on, let me think about this. I'm going to change this slightly. So we're not going to log this to an array. We're just going to say DB collection to array, and then we're going to say then take that data. So don't even need to assign it to a variable. We can just say, all right, grab it, drop it in an array, and then, since this is a promise, we can do that. Say then take the data. Oops. Take the data, and we're going to do some stuff with it. So the first thing I want to do is I want to take this data, and all I want to do is I want to grab the name of each alien species out of it. Because if we look back at our GUI real quick, we can see that in this current aliens, which this is what we're trying to render, in current aliens, it doesn't give me literally everything about every single object, right? I don't want that. I just want the name of each alien species that's currently in my database. So what I need to do is I need to reach into this array and just grab one specific property out of it from each object that comes back. So what's a way that I can do that? What's a way that I can kind of dig into this array of objects and kind of just create an array that just has one specific property of those objects? We're kind of skipping around from now. We're going back to like array methods and stuff, right? Or it's concept whiplash. So, and it's hard to make your brain change tracks. But see if you can remember what's a way that we could do that. What's a way that we could dig into one array and build a new array and look at each element in that array and grab a specific property out of it and put that into a new smaller array that only contains that specific property. Flipping array methods get you every time. Yeah, absolutely. They do me too, which is why I'm asking. Yes, yeah, we're gonna map. We are gonna map. That's awesome. Good job. Yeah, we don't need it. We could probably do a larger loop, but we really don't need to. We can just sort of map. Yeah, we're gonna map and we're gonna grab the alien name. Exactly. So I'm just going to say, all right, let name list equals, we're going to take the data, which we know is already in an array. I'm pointing at the screen like you can see. We're to take this data that we know is in an array, We're going to say data dot map. And I mean, it doesn't matter what this is, any parameter. We can just say item or whatever, and we can say item dot species name. That's going to say, all right, for each item in our big array of all these objects that we get back, dig into it, pull out the specific, like the capitalized species name, and drop that into a new array called name list. And so now I'm just going to go ahead and console log name list, just so we see it. Console log name list. And then the other thing I want to do is I actually want to then render my EJS. So it's going to also display this in like actually in the browser in our DOM. So what do I want to do if I want to render my EJS? Does anybody know what method I might use in order to render that EJS? Remember, it's express, so you don't have to think too hard. You don't have to overthink it. Yeah, Rascal 2, render my EJS. Yeah, but essentially all we need to do is just, res.render, right? In this case, it's going to be response.render because I wrote it out, but yeah, you get the idea. Response.render. Express just makes it easy. It says you're thinking of something, you want to render some EJS, just tell me to render it. You don't have to think too hard. And we just say, hey, Express, render my EJS for me, would you? Thanks, bro. All right, so we say index.ejs, that's what we want it to render. And we also want to pass some information into our EJS file. And in order to do that, all we need to do is just pass it in as an object. So, and it's really just going to be an object with one key and one property, and we're going to call it info is going to be our key, and our property is just going to be the name list. So what this is going to be is essentially just an object with an array inside of it, like it's called info, and the property there is going to be the array of names. And we know that our EJS is already set up to render that. It's expecting an array named info, right? It's expecting an array named info, and it's going to essentially just dig right into it and start looping through it and rendering it accordingly. So the last thing I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and just put a catch on here just in case I screwed up, which is very possible. I have been known to screw up occasionally, a lot. And we're going to console log that error if we get one. All right. So now let's see if our Git is going to not only render our index.ejs file, but also pass it everything that's currently in the database and then render that in the DOM. So the tall order, but let's see if it works. Suspiciously easy indeed. Yes. Express does make things suspiciously easy. All right, so I've got my current version of the app running on localhost 8000, but I'm just going to go ahead and render it on 8005. That's my current port. So let's see what we get. What? What? Look at that. Look at that nonsense. What? Oh, how does that even work? Rendered! Indeed. Somebody play first try. Pretty proud of that. But give you a freebie on the hydrate there. Okay. First try. Hey, thanks, Global Crisis. I knew you'd come through for me. Gotta save up those points. Yeah. Yeah, nobody wants to play their points because they want to name a foster kitten. So I feel it. Was that a Quentin Tarantino fast zoom in, then fast zoom out? Yeah. Yeah. Straight up Kill Bill. Yeah, yeah, exactly, Dermot. Yeah, that's what that. Just watched Kill Bill not too long ago, so got that on the brain. Yeah, so this is working. Our EJS is rendering, and it looks fantastic. Yeah. You just don't know how to use Twitch very well. I only use it for 100 dev stuff. Yeah, I had really only used it once or twice before I started 100 devs. Now I'm streaming on it. It's wild. Big steps indeed. So that MIME type error. Somebody else was having that too. And I'm remembering. Oh, thank you. Everybody's playing first try. That's awesome. Thanks, Chemo. Thanks, Jim. Yes, waste your time. They have to watch me more in order to name a foster kitten. Indeed. But seriously, I need more names. MIME type error. I'm trying to remember. Somebody was getting that, and I don't remember what caused it. First time I joined live and everything works. Darn right. It must be you, Katie. Good luck, charm. Okay, so let's just check out that. What's that error? So MIME type text HTML is not a supported style sheet MIME. Okay. Just Google it real quick. Oh, that's big. All right. It happens when you set an incorrect URL to the file or when your server isn't configured properly. Okay. Do you have, we've not created a post to send data to the database. Yeah, right. We haven't. We will. That's what we're going to do next. We're going to send some data to our database next. But yeah, so it looks like, do you have, yeah, it says it happens when you set an incorrect URL to the file and when your server isn't configured properly. As a result, the browser doesn't get the style sheet, but it gets some HTML with a 404 status. So it looks like your HTML file wasn't able to render your style sheet, which is why you got that error. So double check and make sure that you have a CSS file. It doesn't have to have anything in it. Just have an empty CSS file out there somewhere and make sure it's in your public folder, okay? And just make sure that your link looks like this as well. Yeah, it's just probably just a typo somewhere. Yeah. You have it in public, okay. And you have your link. Do you have your link inside of your EJS? So make sure that that looks right. Okay, and feel free also to go to you can go to my GitHub and cross check against my repo if you do. And make sure that your names match as well. Make sure that your CSS is like, if you have it as styles.css here, make sure that's what it's named up in your public folder as well. Okay, so we know that our GET request is working as expected, so that's awesome. The next thing we're going to want to do is flesh out our POST request. So sure, we can get stuff, but that's no fun. We want to be able to actually add things to our database. So the next thing we're going to do is we're going to set up our POST. And let's see, about time for another break, but let's see if we can at least get this started. I think we should be able to. Not too hard. All right, so post. The first thing we want to do, I usually like to have a little console log here, just to say like, post heard or something like that, just so that we know that, yeah, your post was accepted and it's, it's at least going to try to write something. So I'll put something there. And then the next thing we want to do is basically tell Mongo what we're trying to send it. So if I want to add a single item to my database, does anybody know what method I can use in order to do that? If I want to add a new item to my database, does anybody know what method I can use to do that? This is a bit of a tough question because we haven't really talked about this very much. Yeah, y'all got it, right? What do we want to do? We want to insert one item into our database. So what method do we use? Insert one. It's so easy. It makes so much sense. I can't believe it. We want to insert something. We say insert one. Yes. We can get stuff, but that's no fun. I don't know. According to Leon's last QOTD, 56 people said reading was their favorite. Oh, yeah. Well, and I shouldn't say reading isn't fun, because I mean, it's fun to get stuff out of an API, right? But creating is far more dangerous, in my opinion. It gets wild sometimes if you screw it up. All right, no big deal though. It's all reversible. So in this case, we want to insert one into our database collection. So again, what we can do is we can just say database collection, alien info, insert one. Oops. Insert one. I want to insert a single item into my database collection. Now, what should be inside of that item? Well, we could certainly hard code this if we wanted to. We could be like, okay, name, and then, you know, hard code stuff, blah, 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 but that's too hard. We don't want to do that. That takes way too long. That's why we're making a GUI in the first place, right? So really what we're going to do is we're just going to say, all right, we're going to pass you everything that you need in order to just toss it up to the database. And in that case, we're going to send everything that Express is going to need to pass that up as the body. So in our put request, we're just going to say, yep, here's everything you need. Just send it straight up to the database. You don't have to do anything else. So we can just say insert one request.body, and we'll set up that request.body probably after the break. So for now, you can just say request.body, and everything will be passed exactly as it should be directly up to the database. And then after that's done, we want to make sure that we send a response, right? If we send a request, we want to make sure that we finalize that out by, you know, our client of whatever it is, our client will send a request, and then we want to say, yes, everything went fine, or nope, things went badly. So we need to send a response of some kind. So we'll have a result from sending that stuff up to the database. And we'll go ahead and console log it, just so we know what happened. I like console logs. You probably tell I like using console logs a lot. So just so I can see what's happening in my terminal and know what's going on. So the last thing I want to do is, if my put is successful, I want to go ahead and reload the page so that I can see, you know, so that everything gets taken out of the form items, and I can see that my list has been updated. You know, my alien list has been updated on the page with with the new item in it. Getting is the least intimidating. yeah, it is. Don't get all of our Bert notice. Reading rainbow. Hey, Snarfin. Okay, good. It was a typo at public. I was wondering. It sounded like it might have been a typo somewhere. That's I mean, that's like 99% of my problems. Hey, JM, welcome. Good to see you. Thanks for popping in. No input sanitization? No, not right now. That's something you could definitely add. This isn't really meant to be like a public GUI. It's meant to be something like that you use internally to help flesh out your API. This is not something you would deploy like to the masses, right? We're not even actually going to push it to Heroku, because my vision for this is that, you know, you personally would use this on your local host to just write directly to Mongo and just, you know, flesh out your APIs really quickly and efficiently. You could always do some sanitizing if you really wanted to, but in this case, I don't think it's going to be necessary, because it's just going to be you using it. I like building internal tools just to make things easier. But yeah, sanitizing is, you know, there's nothing wrong with that, certainly. Yeah, and to finish that thought, we're gonna go ahead and do a response.redirect, and we're just gonna reload the page. So it's just gonna redirect back to the root, right? So because what we're passing it is a URL with API on the end. And essentially in the end, we just want to redirect back to the root and see the home page with the new alien on it. Snarfin, so we'd be able to use this with our own data. We wouldn't need data already there. If I'm understanding, yes, you can use this with your own database, right? You don't need to, it does, we're going to build this to work with my database, but you can modify it to work with yours, no problem at all. Yeah, you could use this to input data, yeah. You would just need to make sure that you have like your, you have which, kind of which fields you want and everything like that. And yeah, you can just create an empty database and start doing puts. Sorry, start doing posts. My bad, wrong term. You can start doing posts and just writing data that way with your GUI. Absolutely. Hey, Cranberry. I have a repo. I have a GitHub repo if you want to catch up. It's called Database Builder. That's what we're building out. So feel free to do !GitHub, find the repo called Database Builder, and you can grab those files if you would like to. Using this web app is way easier than manually typing out objects in the code. Yes, that's exactly why we're building it. Yep. And just for the folks that may have just joined, this is what we're building, not Stack Overflow, but this. We are building essentially a series of forms that's going to allow you to do all the common CRUD actions directly on Mongo. So in this case, it's going to let you input, new data, and you can submit a new item, or you can update an existing item. You can delete API data, and this part doesn't work yet, but it'll get there. But for now, you can go ahead and insert items, and you can delete, and you can update in this GUI. So that's what we're building. Okay, so that's our basic post. And when we get back from break, what we're going to do is we are going to, so it's listening for this now, right? But we don't have any way within our index.ejs file to pass it that data yet. We don't have a form that's going to allow us to pass this data through this post request. This is basically like a class constructor with a GUI. Yeah, I mean, well, it's an object builder, right? It's building objects and it's passing them up to Mongo in a format that Mongo understands. And it's telling Mongo, hey, insert this as a new document, right? Each time we click that button, you could just be rapid fire inserting as many documents as you wanted, and you would know that once they made it up to Mongo, they would all have the appropriate format, and they would look the way that you expect. Yeah. So it just makes working with Mongo a little easier. So let's go ahead and save this, and then we're going to take a break. And when we come back, we will build out our index.ejs to have the appropriate form fields in order to pass this request body directly up to Mongo. So yeah, I think this is hopefully a really useful tool for a lot of folks, because I know a lot of folks are building out some pretty impressive APIs and doing a lot of it by hand. So I'm trying to make this a little easier. Learning about Mongo has been interesting and fun. Yeah, absolutely. I'm enjoying it too. As a SQL database person, Mongo is very different. And so it's cool to learn about those differences. All right, let's get the timer going. You deserve a break. Done a lot. We have rendered some EJS straight out of Mongo, which I think is pretty cool. So again, I'll leave this, I'm going to leave the GET request. I'm going to leave the GET and the PUT visible, so in case you're just catching up, you can get those fleshed out. So we'll go ahead and start the timer, and I'll see you all back here shortly. All right, come on back, folks. We got about a minute left. Yeah, and folks are commenting, you know, they're using Compass or they're using like the REST client to do insert, update, delete, and those are all very valid. I mean, I've even used Postman to do, you can do this stuff directly in Postman too. If you have Postman installed, you can just, you know, code out your body and, you know, do all sorts of, you know, operations that way as well. And there's nothing wrong with any of it. No matter what you use, as long as it works, it's probably going to be fine, right? This is, you know, building this GUI is not to say that that's the best way to do it or the only way to do it. I just think it's a really good way to practice these, you know, create, read, update, delete, you know, methods and get some hands-on coding practice with them. But yes, obviously you can definitely use Compass or you can use the REST client or Postman to do this stuff as well. Okay, let's go ahead and minimize the timer. You need 7,200 more points. Oh, okay. Get the camera back on. There we go. All right. Question regarding the new channel points rewards. If we were to redeem channel points to name a foster kitten, do we get to see the foster kitten we are naming? Absolutely. Yes. I will show you, not only will you get to name them, I will show them on camera. And you can, you know, you can see them once they get their name. So yes, absolutely. Just for proof that I'm not just, you know, just letting you spend some stuff. Oh my goodness. Oh, Chris. Okay. All right. You're naming it now. That's awesome. I don't have a kitten for you to name right at this moment, but like I said in the channel point reward, I will add your name, you know, your name and the name you've chosen to a list, and the next available kitten that I do have that you can name, I will show them on camera, you know, with their new name. So, what name would you like to choose, Chris? 15K to go. What name would you like to choose? I'm gonna put it in a Google Sheet. Start in a Google Sheet. Okay, think about the name. Think about it. Now I'm gonna put like I'm gonna make a note right now that you owe me a name. Chris SP name kitten. All right. So why are you fostering this kitten? Twitch chat told me to. Yeah. Well, Chris, the next litter that I get in, which should be fairly soon because my current litter, who are already named, they are going to go back to the shelter soon. So usually my turnaround is pretty quick, especially during the summer because cats have a lot of babies summer. So I'm sure I'll be getting some new ones very soon. Incoming kitten territory. Hey, that's a great name. That's a great name, Dervis. But you gotta spend your points. Get it. So yeah, I've got you noted down there, Chris, and we will get that name as soon as I get my next litter. All right. So we did our post, right? So we've got the listening part. It's listening for this URL and it's going to do some stuff once it gets some info, but we don't have the actual request. So in order to send that actual request, we're going to need some infrastructure, right? We're going to need some forms, a form laid out in our index.ejs in our GUI in order for folks to enter some data, right? So, you know those types of names, Chemo, they always get abbreviated, right? You know, you start out with some elaborate name and it turns out to just be like, I don't know, like moo or something in the end. The mamas get spayed after the litter? Yes, they do. So they never have to have babies ever again, and they don't contribute to the feral cat population. Yep. Yeah, and the babies get spayed and neutered as well. So when they're adopted out, they don't have, you know, again, they don't have the chance, if they were to get out or something like that, they wouldn't have the chance to contribute to the feral cat population. Okay, so let's head over back to our index.ejs file, and what we're going to do is we're going to add in a form. so that our user or you can easily input new data. So where am I going to put this? I'm going to go ahead and put it, I'm going to create another column. So we're going to end up with like 2 columns here. So I'm just going to create another section with the same class of column. And inside there, I'm going to put my form stuff. All right, so I'm going to start with an H2. Can't even type today. H2, and in there, this is where we're going to say input API data here. Perry. Hey, Bamaid, welcome. Yeah, we started early today. I'm trying out a new time, so just for reference, I'm thinking that we're probably going to do. I want to make sure that I'm giving as many people as possible the chance to watch me live if they would like to do so. So I'm thinking we're probably going to stick with this 3 p.m. Eastern time Sunday stream. Wednesday streams will stay at the same time just because I have work. So yeah, I think we're going to stick with this time probably. It seems to be working pretty well, and I get some evening back before I have work tomorrow. So all right, so we have our H2, and we're going to go ahead and start a form. So to create a form, we can just say form. But if you've ever built a form before, we're going to have some additional sort of properties here that you may not have used before. So inside of our form, we're now going to have something called an action. And what that's going to do is that when we click submit, it's going to send, it's essentially going to build out that URL that our server is already listening for. It's going to build out that path that our server is listening for and tell it, hey, we're sending a specific type of request here. And again, we're also going to add a new something else new, which is called the method. And we're also saying, hey, we're going to be doing a post request. Now, there's a certain number of methods that work sort of natively with forms, including post, which is creating a new item, right? However, what's interesting is that I don't believe that specifically with forms, I don't believe that put or delete are actually part of the specification. So if I try to do like put here, I don't believe it would work, just because they aren't built into the spec, which I thought was interesting. Hey, good guitar guy, welcome. Good to see you again. Today we're building a GUI that's going to help us interface directly with MongoDB, a MongoDB database. Yeah, RIP form specification making things difficult for us, indeed. Yep, but we can do posts at least. That's a start. So inside of our form, what do I put inside of a form? What are the elements that I put inside of a form? Or what are some things that I could put inside of a form? Yeah, inputs, right? Input and button. Yeah, absolutely. And we're going to learn a new one today that you may not be aware of, which I think is kind of cool. So we have inputs, we have buttons, which are things we've definitely used before. So I can do input. Yeah, and there's a lot more, right? There's text area, button, radio, checkbox, drop down, label input button. Yeah. Oh, good guitar guy. I'm glad that you joined the Discord and you were you did the learning how to learn and things to get a job. That's awesome. I'm so glad to hear it. It's so nice to see you again, by the way. Yeah, we got labels, we got inputs, we got buttons. Indeed. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff we can do inside of forms. We're only going to focus on a couple today, but yeah, there's a ton of different functionality. Yeah. Oh, thanks for coming, Zena. Okay, so inside of each of our inputs, we're going to specify the type. In this case, all of our inputs are going to be text. We just say text, and we're going to give it a placeholder. And what placeholder does is it really just puts in that like default text that you immediately type over, but it gives you a feel for what's supposed to go, into each box, right? So placeholder, in this case, for me, it's going to be called just name. And I'm going to give it a name. I'm going to give the box a name as well. So that's confusing. Name equals name, but the other one should make more sense. Oh, you're going to join now with Leon? That's awesome. Yeah, Good Guitar Guy in the Discord, we have a specific channel for folks that are starting a little bit later. Go to the, you can go to the Catch Up Crew channel, and it's folks who are starting at all different points, you know, new folks, people who are, you know, just starting now. Yeah, check out the Catch Up Crew because they're really cool. Oh, good. Okay, that's awesome, Good Guitar Guy. Glad you were able to do some research. Okay, so I have, let's see, how many do I have? I have one, two, I have quite a few, but all right. So text, next one is going to be species name. I'm going to do a little copy and pasting here just for expediency. My next field is species name, and I'm just putting an input box for each field in my database objects, right? My next one is going to be, so my next one is called features. And in features, that's really going to be like maybe like one or two sentences. And so I could do an input box, but what's going to happen is that my text is going to like overflow the box and I won't be able to see my whole sentence at once. And so really what I want is I want something that's going to be bigger and allow me to do multiple lines of input, right? I can expand this box right here. In my finished version, I can expand this box and I could put as much in here as I really wanted to. So how do I do this? Does anybody know what this is called? Like these are regular input boxes here, right? We've all used these. But what is this? Anyone know? Oh, Good Guitar Guy. I'm glad you love the community. That's awesome. It is a pretty cool community. Yeah, it's called text area. Um, yeah, and it's not, we don't even, this doesn't even require any CSS, which is super cool, Cassava. Um, yeah, it's called text area. Yeah. And it's a built-in HTML element, which I think is so cool. Text area. Yep, it's text area, and we can specify the space that it takes up. But really, I mean, you can drag it and change the size anyway. So we can just I'm going to set it as some defaults here. Rows 5, but really it doesn't matter all that much. Rows 5. This is just how it displays when you first load the page. Calls 40. I keep putting extra quotes in there. And again, our type is going to be text, so it's nothing unfamiliar. Type is text. And type is text. And again, we have placeholder and we have a name. So I'm going to copy and paste this. And these are going to be features and features. Yeah. So that's going to give us that nice, big, beautiful box for folks to write in. Okay, and text area, interestingly enough, text area actually does have a closing tag, but you don't have to put anything in there. Makes so much sense now trying to fix this in my portfolio template. Yeah, yeah, it makes things a lot easier, doesn't it? Yeah, it is neat, and I didn't know about this before. I mean, I knew that there was a ton of stuff you could put in forms, but I was thinking more about like checkboxes or radio buttons. But yeah, this text area thing is not, it's something you've seen before, but you don't really think about actually how it happens. And so I think it's pretty cool. All right, so we've got our text area, and I'm going to do a little copying and pasting here just so we can move things along. I'm going to have a couple more input boxes. I have a lot of fields in my API, so I'm trying to kind of just keep it moving. We got nothing new here. I just have 2 more input boxes. I have another text area, which has an interesting fact. And then I have 1 more input box. So I'm just copying from my notes here. But again, nothing unusual. All I'm doing is I'm adding input boxes or text areas where appropriate. And I'm giving them, a placeholder that's indicative of what I want to be typed in there, right? Like this is the name of the object key. And so, if you're typing in this box, it's going to get assigned to the correct, part of the object. And just giving it a name that matches. And we'll be using this name a little bit later, so you want to make sure that you have the placeholder text as well as the name. Okay. The last thing that we need is actually a button that's going to trigger the submission of this form. It's going to basically tell our code when we're done with the form to, hey, please submit. Okay. And that's pretty easy. We're just going to add a button. and we're going to give it a type, a specific type of submit. So that way the form understands what it's for. All right, so type is submit. And on the button text, I'm just going to have submit new. Okay. And I'm going to go ahead and add one more button that we're going to use later, just because otherwise I'll forget about it. So we're going to have two buttons. And this one is just going to have a type of button. And we'll talk about why that is a little bit later. So I have one button with a type of submit, and the other button with just a type of button. And I'm also going to give this button an ID of update. Update button. And this one's going to just say update existing. So if you remember, this form is going to serve two purposes. It's going to allow us to submit new items, and it's also going to allow us to type in, the name of an existing item and then update a particular property that's associated with it, right? So this form is going to pull double duty, which I think is pretty cool. However, remember that we have only one button that actually does the submit. And the second button is just a regular button. Any guesses on, just out of curiosity, any guesses on why that is? Why I might have done that? It's okay if we don't know. We'll talk about it. I'm just curious. It relates to something I said before about what forms can and cannot do. What's what's laid out in the spec. The question I just asked is, does anybody have any idea why I have this button submitting the form, whereas this other button just, it doesn't have a type of submit, it's just a button? Yeah, exactly. Y'all got it. Yes, right. Because remember that we set this method of this form to be post. And so if I want to do updates later, I'm going to need to give it a different function kind of manually. I'm going to need to assign an event listener to it, because by default, this form is going to be trying to create stuff. And by giving this the type of submit, it's saying, all right, I'm submitting the form and I'm sending a post. But if I want to also use this to update stuff, I just set it as a regular button, and I'm going to assign an event listener and do things more manually, because forms just don't support put requests. So we have to kind of just finagle this, which was a fun thing to figure out. I enjoyed it. Yeah, the button can be programmed later to do the put. Exactly. Got it. Yep. Yeah, we're going to put a listener on it, and we're going to have some additional JavaScript that's going to do that for us. Yep. Okay, so now we have our form. I wonder why they don't do puts. And I actually read a little bit about this, and the general consensus seems to be it's not in the spec. I don't know. And apparently there's been a little bit of a pushback to make that an acceptable form action. It just hasn't happened. Great, we don't know. Yeah, I mean, literally, that seemed to be the answer that I found was it's not in there. I don't know. Nobody's done it yet. Somebody's got to actually care enough to do it, put it in there. So yeah, I thought that was pretty funny. You gotta love it. All right. So now we have this form in here. We've got our buttons. We know that when we click the submit new button, it's going to send a post request. And we've already got our JavaScript listening, right? Inside of our server.js file, we've already got something that's listening for this specific path and is ready to do a post request. So, okay, interesting. So really this is basically pre-configured for us, right? And so what happens when I click this submit? Well, the form gathers up everything that's been inputted into its various boxes, into its various input fields. It bundles it all up together, and it sends it as a request body. So if you remember, I'm going to go ahead and save this before I forget. Save. If you remember, our post method over here is listening for this API path, right? Which is what we're sending it. and it's gonna just go ahead and post a request body. So that's all we need. We don't need to do anything else. It's already sending it in the right format. It's ready to just go ahead and toss it on up to the database. It's just passing it along. Okay. And so let's go ahead and try this out and see if I missed anything. It's very possible. Checking against my notes because there was a lot here, but I think we're okay. Let's go ahead and try it. Our update button isn't going to work yet. That's totally fine. We'll just see if we can post something. If we do get an error, just our troubleshooting. Okay, got my post. Insert. Cool. All right, let's try it. YOLO. All right, so we're gonna go back to our current GUI here. Now, when I reload this, we should see our additional forms pop up. Yeah, and it looks really weird right now because I don't have any CSS, but that's okay. We can deal with it. We'll format this with some. We'll format this with some CSS a little bit later. You only YOLO once. Yeah. All right, so I'm just going to put in some test values. This test2 just is something I can visually identify really quickly, and also delete really quickly. So test2, and we don't need to fill out all these boxes. It would still work if we didn't, but I'm just being complete here. So theoretically, once I submit this, we should see it show up immediately in our EJS list. But let's see what we get. Hey, first try. Yes. How wild was that? Right? How easy was that? Just think about that for a second. What did we just do? We just filled out a flippin' form and immediately posted it to a database. We didn't have to do anything else. We didn't have to do any like stringify, nothing like that. It just the form just beautifully wrapped all of our inputs in a beautiful package, put a little bow on it, and said, "Hey server, I'm just gonna give you this. You don't even gotta open it. Just deliver it to the database for me, would you?" And it did, and it worked. Yes. Yeah. So I think that's just super. I just think that's super cool. I love it. All right. Yeah, so we know our form is working for submits, so that's great. And yeah, and it's writing straight and here I'll prove that it actually wrote it to the database, that I didn't just like write it to the DOM, right? Let's look at our MongoDB deployment here, and we'll just double check that it's in there. So I'm in alien info. I'm going to scroll all the way down, and look at that. There it is. That's just our form data that we just fastballed straight to the database. Right? Blows my mind. It just global crisis. This just blows my mind how relatively easy this is. Right? It's nuts. Straight to the DOM, straight from the DOM to the database. Indeed. Yep. All right. Index AGS. You got an error? Sure. Let's look at it. Can't see very well. So make sure that you have enough input boxes for all your fields for your database. Make sure that you have your form labeled appropriately with the appropriate URL. So your URL just needs to match the URL that your post is listening for in your server. Make sure that that matches. Make sure that you have your method set to post, and also make sure that your name for each box is associated with a name of your database object. Sorry, your name of the keys in your database object. Yeah, the name attribute must match the property in the database. Yep. This week it's easy. 2 weeks ago, IDK. Well, that's learning for you, right? Michael, you're going to want to make a database on MongoDB. Yes. Yes, 100%. Even if you don't follow along today, you are 100% gonna need one if you're going to be continuing with the class, like with Leon's classes. So I'm not gonna force you to do it right now. If you want to just watch and not code along, but 100% for class going forward, this is what we're going to be doing until the end of class. We are going to be building full stack web apps. So you 100% need a database. Yep. And I would highly suggest practicing over the next 2 weeks, just connecting to it and just, even if you're just reading, even if you're just like manually writing things in there and then reading from it, just get good at, just get comfortable with Mongo. You're going to absolutely need it. Is that the CRUD class to follow along? Yeah, if you want to follow along with like the 6-hour CRUD tutorial that I did, you can do that. You can, I would say that's probably a good place to start. It just goes real nice and slow through all the steps, through Heroku, through Mongo, all that stuff, yeah. To make the database, yeah, we in that 6-hour CRUD class, we walk through step by step, setting up a Mongo account and building your first database, creating your cluster and all that stuff, yeah. You want to see the app.get? Sure. Yeah, I'm excited to get to React as well. Yeah. I don't want to get too ahead of too ahead of myself, but I am excited to get. Oh, thanks, Cassava. What about arrays? So I mean, I haven't like, I'm sure I'm sure that's something we can figure out. I haven't tried to do an array in this yet. That may be something that would be better served by passing in through like Postman or the REST client or something like that. If you want to get weird with like nesting and stuff like that, that might be better served through like Compass or the REST client. This is more for just simple inputs. Yeah, we're gonna get to React soon. Yeah, after the break we will. I don't have a collection alien info. Will the get still load? Well, you might get an error in your EJS. You need to route it to your own collection if you have one. Well, I guess you don't. So you could just comment out that EJS portion for now and just like load the form. But really, you're gonna want to tie this to your own database. Like build. I would suggest maybe like the whole I guess point of this exercise is to attach it to a database. So you're really not going to get the benefit unless you have a database to attach. Yeah. I don't think Michael has a collection. So, which is what I was saying is, you're going to need a database in general. So the best time to build one would be now. Yeah. So, Kid Solo, so you might be better served, like I say, by using the REST client in VS Code or like Postman or like that and just like coding out your JSON and like just dropping it in. So Paradise, if you are trying, so you're saying it added it to your collection in Mongo, which is great. Just double check your EJS and make sure that it's actually looking. So remember what we're rendering here. What we're rendering in the EJS is an array, and we're passing that array from our GET request. So make sure that your GET request is formatted properly and that you're actually getting an array here, because it sounds like you're probably not getting an array. Make sure that you're going to want to check this GET request and make sure that it's actually generating an appropriate array. I would suggest console logging it and make sure that you get something in the console that makes sense. Yeah, you're not Kid Solo. It sounds like for what you're doing, you're going to want to use like Compass, either Compass or the REST client in the REST like add-on in VS Code, just to make that easier for you to put in those complex objects. Sullivan, you're not your database. You're not connecting to your database properly. You may not be waiting long enough before you try to make a request. Sometimes it takes like 15 seconds to connect to your database. So that's why we console log and we say, we say connected to whatever database, right? So wait, you need to wait until you see this message in your console before you try to do any action. Because a lot of times when it says collection not found, that's either you misspelled your collection name or you didn't wait long enough for it to connect. Will there be additional Banky sessions during the break? I think Rufio has been hitting Banky pretty hard. You can always check out Rufio. Hello, it's Rufio. I don't know. I don't know if we're going to be doing much. I don't know what we're going to be doing over break. I'm really enjoying like the this Mongo stuff. But I might do some Banky. I don't know. I never know. I don't plan ahead very well. Oh, KT, I'm glad it's working for you. That's awesome. So Sullivan, like I say, a lot of the times what causes that, for me, what causes that undefined collection error is either my collection, like I misspelled my collection name. It has to remember it has to be the collection that's in your database. Or I just didn't wait long enough for it to actually connect and I tried to run my code too quickly. But yeah, so if we look, just while we're looking at the console here, we can see that when I inserted a new post, it confirmed that that actually worked, right? It says post heard, and it acknowledged the request. So the database acknowledged the request, it sent a response, and it said, hey, I've inserted a new object for you. Here's your new object ID. So it confirmed that insert, and we can also see that our new array has gotten logged to the console as well, containing that test object that we. So just like a double confirmation that it actually worked and it's working correctly. So I have to plan constantly to do what you're doing. Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty busy, but like I always say, if I wasn't having fun, I wouldn't be doing this. So it's fun for me, and that helps. Like earlier today, I mean, and yesterday, it was like forcing me to learn all these new concepts, and so I could tell you about them right now. Got post heard and has the acknowledged true. Array is undefined. Probably trying this with a new blank database. Yeah. You need to make sure that so did you check Mongo and make sure that it actually wrote your item? And also make sure that you are creating an array. Like, remember, we're building this array here. Make sure that your collection name is correct here. And also make sure that you are mapping to a valid field in your particular database. So we're mapping the species name from my database, but you may not have that field in your database. So you need to change it if you need to. So just make sure you change this field to be something that you actually have in your database. Maybe part of the problem. Yeah, Sullivan, exactly. I figured that was the problem. You were working too fast before you actually connected to your database. You were just speeding along. I've done that before. No problem at all. Okay, so our post works, right? We're able to post. And just because we already built out the infrastructure for it, let's go ahead and do our puts as well, right? We have a button right now in our form that theoretically should allow us to do some puts, but right now it's not hooked up to anything. So we're going to need to hook up our button in order to make it work. Oh, you found your problem, Paradise? That's awesome. Good deal. Yeah, Snarfin, you double check that you're actually like when you run a get, you should get a console every time you hit that homepage, you should get a console log of everything that's in that array. That's how we wrote it. So see what you're seeing in the console. Are you getting undefined in the console? Are you getting a blank array? What are you getting? That should tell you, what's going to be written to the DOM. And then you can troubleshoot from there and see. It's probably something just that's wrong with this specific line right here. Okay, so let's go ahead and do our put. I think we should have time to at least get part of that built before the break. Yeah, so that's something wrong with your array there. Oh, thank you for the bits so much. I love it. Much appreciated. Okay, so we're gonna start fleshing out our put request a little bit. And as a reminder, what this put is going to do is that it's going to take data from our GUI, and it's going to, so I'm going to look at my pretty one here. So if I put something in the GUI, for example, like Bajorans, which is something that I already have in my list of aliens, right? I already have Bajorans in there. If I say Bajorans and then I want to update their homeworld, let's just say, I think I have it set to like test right now. So we can say like Bajor, that's their actual homeworld. If I do this update, I want it to not change anything else about the object. I want to leave all these empty fields alone and only update the homeworld field, right? I don't want to replace the object with a bunch of blanks and one populated field. I want to only overwrite the field that I am changing. Which is kind of an interesting question, right? I don't want to pass in a bunch of blanks and write them all. I only want to pass an object that has basically this in it, just the homeworld. So let's think about how we can possibly do that. All right, so I know I'm going to be getting something from my form that has this path of update entry, right? And that something is going to be packaged inside of a request body. So let's go ahead, and the first thing we'll do is we'll console log what we're getting, just so we know. Request.body. All right. And let's just stop there for now. And let's see if I make like this update request, I want to see what's even being passed in. So I'm going to have a lot of console logs here, but I think that's okay. Let's just console log that when I do an update, what's the meat of what I'm actually getting in that request? And yeah, we're going to be creating update entry in just 1 second. Yep, that's a great question. We still don't have anything that's going to submit this particular update entry path, but we're going to build that out right now. So we mentioned earlier, right, that forms don't have that magical built-in ability to just send a perfectly formatted request body up to our server, right? We're jury-rigging this, right? We're finagling this to work the way we want it to. So if I needed to have some custom JavaScript that was going to format this appropriately and pass it up to our server.js file, where do I put that JavaScript? I don't put it in server.js. Where does it go? Think about our structure here, about our file structure. Yeah, right. It goes in the front end JS. It goes into main.js. Exactly. It goes into our client side JS. Yeah, so far we haven't done anything with this. But now we're going to start. So if I want, and again, this is all manual, right? Our update button doesn't have any built-in functionality whatsoever other than a little click animation. So what's the first thing I need to do in order to make my button start to have some intelligence about what it's supposed to do? What do I need to do to turn that button just from a static button into a trigger? Yeah, add a click event, right? We need to add an event listener. So go ahead and do that. It's so interesting with all this. We get into these like high concept like database things and all this Express stuff, but we still have to go back to basics occasionally and do this stuff that we've been doing the whole time, you know, just to make something work properly. So I'm going to add my update button because I gave this button a name, an ID of update button, and I'm going to go ahead and add an event listener. And on click, it's going to call a function called update entry, which we're going to set up here in a second. Okay, so I've got my event listener. Perfect. I'm going to trigger this update entry function. Perfect. Listen for the click. Indeed, we need a Smurf. Yes, exactly. All right. So I am going to go ahead and obviously create a function called update entry. However, what this function is going to do is essentially going to be a fetch. And it's going to have it's going to be a fetch with a method of put, which sounds a little weird, right? We're used to using fetch as like a get, right? As like, hey, go fetch something from this API. But you can also give fetches alternate methods, such as put, which, I mean, you need a way to send data up, right? And so we're going to have a fetch with a method of put. Now, instead of using promises to accomplish this fetch, what's another way I could do it? What's another way I can build out a fetch? Yes, 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 yes. The exotic async await. Indeed. All right. Fairly easy to set up. I can just say async function, and we're going to call that function update entry, right? Update entry. Okay. Yeah, async function, exactly. So, and I'm also going to include this in a try catch block. Again, that's just sort of a newer terminology than what we've used before. But what it's going to do is it's going to try to see if it can do what's inside those brackets. It's going to try it. And if it can't, it's going to catch any errors that get thrown. That's all that's doing. It's going to try what's in there. It's going to catch any errors. Okay. So what do I need? So if I'm building an async function, for each step in this asynchronous function, what terminology do I need in order to make it work the way I expect? So I have async, and then what else do I need? So I'm going to say const response await. Yes, const response equals, and we're going to await the fetch. Yeah, we're going to await the fetch. Okay, so for this fetch, we can essentially kind of use it like we did for the submit, right? We told it what path it was supposed to visit. We told it what URL it was supposed to visit. And we're going to do the same for the fetch. So we're going to say, hey, fetch, visit update entry. And then in turn, on our server side, that will trigger the put, right? Because that's the URL, that's the path that our server is listening for. Saying, oh yeah, I hear a path called update entry coming in with a put method. I should go. I should run. So update entry, and our method is going to be put, like we said, which is exactly what our server is listening for. Method put, and we're also going to, when we're sending data up this way, we need to have certain sort of built-in fields that our server is going to recognize. So we have a method, we have headers. These are just required. We need to give it a content type. Content type, and it's going to be application JSON to say, hey, here's what we're sending up. We're sending you some JSON. Get ready for the JSON. All right, get ready to read that JSON. And so if I want to build some JSON, what's an easy way that I can do that? So the next, so we have our method, we have our headers, and then we have our body. Oops, I have that bracket in the wrong place. 2 seconds. What's an easy way that we can wait, fetch? Yep, log, get ready for the exactly. Yeah. Hey, welcome that kid Neptune. Yeah. Arcs, when you say without the slash, are you talking about this one? This slash? I'm not 100% sure. Again, this is Legos. I'm copying and pasting, right? As far as the content types, I don't have these memorized. Oh, you mean update entry? By the slash. Oh, yeah. Oh, I see. I see. I see. I see. I see. I see what you're talking about. Yeah. It does seem to work just fine. It seems to imply, the slash seems to be implied. I didn't have a problem with it. So, because that's a good question, because I mean, our server is listening for, on the put, our server is listening for slash update entry, but it seems to recognize it anyway. Yeah. All right, so we have our content type, we have our body. Now, if I want to quickly build out JSON with a bunch of strings, what's a way that I could do that? You know, the JSON that we're going to be passing up, it expects both the like the key and the property to be strings. So rather than typing that out by hand, what's a quick way that I could do that? Anybody know? Particular method I can use that's going to quickly turn both the key and the property into strings. Yeah, stringify, exactly. We're going to stringify this bad boy, and we can just say JSON dot stringify. Just turn all this, everything that we're going to put in here, everything in the body, just convert the key to the string and then the property to a string as well. So don't turn the whole thing into a string, but be intelligent about it and do, you know, key string, property string, key string, property string, blah, 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 blah. So perfect. So the next thing we need to do is we need to go into our form and extract out each of the entries that were put into those fields. Now, unfortunately, unlike the built-in post method, we do have to do this a little bit manually, but it's okay. We only have to do it once. So instead of it doing automatically like post does, we do it a little bit manually. But that's okay. We're just going to build out our object here. And so I'm going to have the properties of name, species name, you know, all the usual stuff. Mine's pretty long. Yours may not have this many. But we're going to start building out our objects. Features, home world. I'm kind of like regretting having this many properties. Object, image. And we're going to be, don't worry about the little red lines for now. We're going to flesh this out more. Just bear with me. Image, interesting facts, and notable examples. Okay. Now, what do I actually want for the property associated with each key, right? I want to go into the form and I want to pull out the value in each form field. Oh, hey, Nickel, welcome. Going through the full stack CRUD stream, but just want to pop in and say hi. Good to see you. Yeah. Yeah, it was really long, but I think it was worthwhile at the end. You know, that's 6 hours. It was long, but we're going to be going long tonight. I mean, we started at 3 and we're still finishing up put here. The other ones are easier, like delete is easier, definitely. But I mean, we're trucking along tonight too. I think this is probably going to be a 4 or 5 hour stream. Just heads up. Okay, so we need to build out the properties of this object. And to do that, again, we need to reach into the form and we need to get out the value. Now, that's not as easy as just saying like, you know, input value. However, we still have a way that we can reach into it. So in this case, what we're going to use, and there may be a better way to do this, but I'm just going to show you how I did it. I said document.get elements by name. Now, that's because I assigned each item in my form, right? It has a name. It has a name already. So rather than going back and giving it yet another property of like ID or something like that, I was just like, there's got to be a way that I can pull these values out just by the form name that I already have, or by the input name that I already have. So in that case, I just said document.get elements by name, and then I said, all right, this particular input box is called name. But due to the way that get elements by name works, I can't just say dot value. That's not going to work. what I need to do is add an additional little array value here for index 0, because what this can do is if you have a bunch of input boxes with the same name, so for example, like, I don't know, product number or something like that, and you had like 10 of them, what this would do if you just did get elements by name and then the input name here, it would bring back a whole array, all of them. So in this case, since I just want one value, I need to say index 0 dot value. Elements means multiple. Absolutely, yes. It's instead of get element, it's get elements. So in this case, I'm kind of just, saying, all right, yeah, I know you want to bring back multiple, but you're only going to get one. So that's what I did. It's a little bit cumbersome, but it does work. So that's what you get. All right. So I'm just going to copy paste this and then change the values appropriately and get my commas. Boop, 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 boop. There we go. All right. And I can really just, copy and paste the property name here and fix this. So essentially we're kind of doing manually here what that post method for the form does automatically. So they really need to fix that. We're building this object by hand. Right. Yeah, Rascal says there's like half a dozen ways to do this. Getting the form element, they're doing form element name, getting the get method, the form. Yeah, there's a query select all. Yeah, there's a bunch of different ways to do this. So this is just the way that I picked. Feel free to modify this to something that you feel is better or works better for you. All right. But this does work. So for me, that's the most important thing. Okay. So we're assembling this into an object that our server is going to recognize. And then we're going to do stuff with that. And then let's see, I'm gonna make sure I get my brackets right here. And inside, so before we leave we're still inside of our try block here, right? We have our try. So still inside of the try block. We're also going to await a response. I'm going to await a response from our fetch, right? Because this is still a fetch. And so, when we're doing a fetch, we expect a response of some kind. And we'll just console log whatever comes back. And the very last thing we want to do is that we also want to go ahead and reload the window so that it clears out the form. So after we submit the form, we don't want all that stuff just hanging around. So we're also going to just go ahead and reload. And then at the very end of our catch of our try, we also want to have a catch block to catch any errors that might pop up. So catch error, and then we're going to want to console log those errors. Console log error. Okay. Get elements by name is fancy, I know. Maybe one or two values we don't want to, well, cranberry, so that's the question, right? So I made a choice that I wanted to do that parsing of the things we don't want to update on the server side. I'm just saying, hey, client side JavaScript, just pass everything up, the server will handle it. So that was a choice on my part as to when to make that distinction of what actually does need to be passed. In this case, on the client side, I was just like, just pass everything. There's going to be blanks, just pass it. And then we do that parsing on the server side. But a personal choice when you do that. So that was my choice, was to just do it on the server side. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and save this. And then we're gonna test basically what we're gonna do is we're gonna run this and we're gonna see on our server side, so switch to our server.js. Remember, right now, all our put is gonna do is just console log whatever it gets. So I just wanna see, is this even working, right? Is it bundling up all the information? And is it passing it successfully up to the server? And then is the server able to write it to the console? So we'll see if that works. Jacomi, do you know how to make the API fetch from local dev? So you might need to, you could try installing cores as a dependency. Installing cores and then using cores, as your middleware. That might help you. Yeah, you could activate cores as middleware and see if that helps. I'm not 100%. That would be my guess. Try. All right, let's go ahead and try and see if our client side form is going to play nice with our console log here. I don't know what's going to happen. We'll try it. All right. So I'm going to go back to my GUI, my wonky looking GUI here, because we don't have any CSS yet. we'll get CSS on there, I promise. Right now we're just doing it. We're just, doing it rustic style. Okay, so I want to go ahead and pick an existing alien and just update it with the new homeworld. So I'm going to pick the Bajorans. I've been picking on them lately. So I need a name, and I'm going to give them a new homeworld of Earth. Not true, but we're going to be changing it again anyway. So let's see. Did I save that? Hang on. I did save. Okay, just double checking. All right, let's update existing, see if this button works, and see what we get. All right, we shouldn't see any change in the DOM. We're going to see it in the console, if anything. All right, update. Now let's see what happened. Okay, it doesn't look like I got anything. Let's see. Let's check the console here. Nope, didn't get anything there either. Did I? Okay, I set my event listener. All right. Not first try this time. That's all right. This was a complicated one. And let's see. Let's try one more time. I don't think I got it. Earth and update. All right. Oh, there it. Okay, now it worked. I just needed to. I jumped the gun again. I jumped. Yeah, I do that a lot. It was working the whole time. So it was first try. I just didn't do it right. We're all too fast. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so and since I spammed the button, it didn't even get the chance to finish logging the object, which I think is hilarious. Yeah, so you can see this is what's getting passed through, right? This is what's getting passed up to the server. It's a perfectly functional object with the name, and really the only the two fields that I filled in are populated. The rest are blank, and we're going to take care of that, but we're going to do it after our break. Okay? So we know that the correct data is getting passed up to the server, and then the server is just going to do some light manipulation before it passes it on to the database, because again, we don't want to write a bunch of blanks into our MongoDB, right? Yeah. Hey, welcome. Welcome from Brazil. That's awesome. Yeah, 2 times. It's okay if you got a little lost. There's a lot going on here, right? The important thing to remember is that we're just learning how to facilitate the basic CRUD operations. And so we did our put using a form. Now we're also doing the post, which, again, that's the update portion. We're doing that using a form as well, but that had to be a little bit more manual. So we're still in the process of building that out. But then the next thing we're going to do is we're going to build out our delete. And that's really going to be the last part of this. Oh, thank you, Executrix. That's very nice of you. Thank you. Yeah, this was a fun one. This was a fun one to figure out. I spent a long time on this, but it was really fun to build out. So I'm glad you're having fun too. All right. You just came in 10 minutes ago. Oh, that'll do it. Yeah, that'll do it. Main.js, sure. So I'm going to put the main.js file up, and we're going to take a break, but I'm going to leave it up while we're on break, okay? Okay. So right now, really all we have in our main.js is just this. This is the whole thing. So it fits on the screen. That's why I love this new monitor, because I can fit so much more stuff on the screen at once. It's so nice. I love it. All right, I'm gonna move the timer, so you should be able to see. Okay, reset, and we'll start. We'll go for 5 minutes, and I'll see you all back here shortly. Okay? Glorious QHD indeed. Alrighty, folks, come on back, come on back. Snarfin, so your info.length is coming from your server.js file. Because remember, it's pulling that info out of the database. So your server is your middleman, and so it's pulling the data out of the database for you, and it's preparing that array. So if you're having trouble with it, you look in your server.js file and see if you can figure out what might be happening there. All right, I'm going to stop the timer. And we'll get rid of it. Okay, so just a quick recap. What we did, I'm going to start my webcam again, sorry. Yeah? All right, so what we did before the break, right, is we had a form. We grabbed the values out of that form. We bundled it all up with our JSON.stringify. So it was something that our server recognized, and we passed it up as a put to our server, which was listening for it. So our server is listening for a put on this particular path, update entry. And for now, all we did was we just console log that body. But what we actually want to do is we don't want to console log the body. We want to pass it to the database, right? We want to pass it to the database and update a specific entry. So that's what we're going to do. We're going to figure out how to update a specific database entry using this put. And some things we don't want to do is we don't want to overwrite the entire entry with a bunch of blank fields, right? That's not what we want. We just want to update a specific field in that entry. So find the right entry, update a specific field, and then it's done. Right? Do nothing else. So let's figure out how to do that. Okay, so inside of our put, I think the first thing that I want to do is I want to take this request body and I want to get rid of all this extra junk. Because if we remember, let's look back at our request body. It's good. I've got, you know, 2 populated fields here, and you can see I've got a little bit of a glitch here because I spammed the button too many times. But let's see if we can get a clean one. I thought I had a clean one in here. Let's see here. Yeah, okay. I think I just spammed it too many times. I don't have a clean one. Let me save this and run it again real quick. But anyway, we can see that there are a lot of blanks. And essentially what we want to do is we just want to get rid of those blanks. But I am going to run this one more time and be a little bit more patient. I was not very patient last time. So now I'm waiting, I'm watching, I'm waiting for it to connect. Okay, it's connected to the database, that's good. I didn't wait very long before. Okay, yeah, I got failures to fetch there because I didn't spam the button. Okay, let's try again, and we're gonna try to, I'm gonna reload the page, and I'm gonna try to just update an existing one. Okay. I'm going to update the home world to Earth, and what that should do is console log an object with 2 values, Bajorans and Earth, and the rest of these being blanks. Okay. Patience is my biggest hurdle. Indeed. Yes, this Mongo thing, it's like a little bit of Zen. It's like, you must be patient, young Padawan. You must wait. You must wait for the fetch. All right, let's update. See if it's going to console log. Ah, look at that. It's beautiful just because I waited a few extra seconds and I didn't keep hitting the button. And now it worked beautifully, perfectly as expected because I stopped hitting the button. All right. So this is what we're getting, right? And what we want to do is we want to kind of clean this up a little bit and just get rid of all these extra blank fields. MD Res, hey, so we are building a GUI that is going to help us. We're building a GUI that's going to help us essentially build out our APIs using create, update, and delete methods. And it's just all in a wonderfully compact little GUI. So that's what we're building tonight. And in case you didn't know, we actually started at 3 p.m. Eastern, so about 3 hours ago, or 3.5 hours ago. We would change the time today. So if you're not following me on Twitter, !Twitter, that's where, you know, I announce all these schedule changes, and I did post on the Discord as well, but you may not have seen it. So anybody that's not following me on Twitter, I would highly suggest it, not because I'm going to spam you or anything, just because that's where I post stuff about my stream. So just FYI. All right, so And that's a good point, Peter Boyer. Careful when stripping out all the blank fields. You still want to be able to clear a field using a blank value rather than partially updating some fields. Yeah, and that's true. In this case, for illustration purposes, that we're gonna clear it out if it's blank. But I mean that's a decent consideration. Yeah. You can modify it to have a little bit more nuance. In this case, we're not going to. But I mean that's a very fair statement. Okay, so clear out all these blank fields that we don't want, all our empty form fields, right? And so how can we do that? What's a way that we can iterate through an object, particularly, because that's what this is, right? It's not an array, it's an object. What's a way that we can iterate through an object and do stuff to it? Doesn't really matter what. Anybody know? Now we're going from array methods to object methods. So I'm bouncing y'all all over the place tonight, but see if you know. Anybody know? How can we iterate through an object? Yeah, we got four. We've got for in, we've got for of. I am actually not saying, again, personal preference. I am going to use for each. However, those are all valid answers. Yeah, and you could convert it to an array too if you really wanted to. MDRes, just that's my handle. That's my Twitter handle. It's not a link. Just go to twitter.com and you can just do @MindWolf, and that should pull up my profile. I can put a direct link to my Twitter at some point. Yeah, and there's a ton of different ways to do it. Yep. In this case, I'm going to show you the way I'm going to do it. But that's not to say it's the best way to do it. And Rascal just shared a link right there. If you want a direct link to my Twitter profile, Rascal2 just put it in chat. So hopefully that helps. All right, so here's what I'm going to do. What I want to do is I want to iterate through the object keys and then see if the property associated with that key is blank or null or undefined. Okay, so object.keys, and we're going to take the request body. See request.body, just going to copy paste. So the keys, remember when we're thinking about an object, the keys are the identifiers for each property, right? So object keys, request.body, for each key, I want to check if the property associated with it is like blank or null or undefined. Okay, so the way I'm going to do that is I'm just going to say, and this is probably overkill just because I was really struggling with this part, and I was just like, look, if you're blank or null or undefined, just go away. So this is probably overkill, but here's what I did. I said if this part took me the longest out of everything. If request body key is and I could probably have just done that 2 equal signs, but again, overkill. So if it's null, or if it's undefined, or if it is blank. And yeah, I mean, I think I could have probably done 2 equal signs and just used that that property that kind of treats them all in a similar way, but I did not. So this is what you get. All right, so if any of those cases are true, then just delete that particular key. So we can just say delete request body key. And that'll delete the property associated with it as well. MDRes, what's your question? I'm not sure I'm following. Is the stream something? Might have hit enter too soon. These do seem neater than loops. Yeah, so I mean, it's a little bit cleaner than like just doing like a for loop or whatever. I kind of like it. So for each, yeah, for each key, just loop through it and it just knows how long it is and it stops when it's done. So, all right. So what this is doing is it's just cleaning this up for us. And so I'm just going to go ahead and console log this one more time. Console log. Now we have it. Essentially what we have is we have a whole new request body. So it's been replaced, right? This delete is actually took, it didn't map it to anything new. It literally just did away with them. It kicked them out, right? So now our second console log should be much smaller. It should only have 2 items in it. So before we do an update, actually on our database, let's test this one more time. Gotta be patient. Oh, will the stream be recorded? Yeah, yep. All of my streams are available as VODs on my Twitch channel, so recordings on my Twitch channel for 60 days. And then after that, I move them to YouTube. Do ! YouTube if you would like a direct link to my YouTube channel where I put my streams once before they expire. I like for loops because you can easily break and continue and return during iterate. Yeah. If you want to do more, if you want to get, if you want to break that loop before it's done, yeah, that can be a great way to do it. Like, or if you want to break the loop before it finishes the whole sequence, yeah. Getting Code Wars flashbacks, iterating through objects. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, this is wild. I love this project because it's testing our brain, like it's testing our knowledge of everything, right? Of CRUD stuff. It's testing our knowledge of dependencies, of CRUD, of basic HTML elements, of EJS, of JavaScript object and array methods. It's great. This is one of my favorite projects that I've done in a long time. Yeah, no PTSD from Code Wars, indeed. Some of those problems are pretty nasty. Okay, so let's console log. Let's see what happens. Let's see what this looks like now. All right, so I'm going to do the same thing that we did before. Refresh the page. And yeah, it says failed to fetch because we literally haven't finished. You may have seen that error there. It just says failed to fetch because we haven't finished fleshing out this put yet. We need some more information on there in order for the client side to be like, yes, the fetch was successful. So it's awaiting a response that we are not giving it, which is why we got that error. There's nothing wrong. It's just not getting the response it expects. So got Bajorans, and we're gonna do the same thing. Set it to earth, and I think I was patient long enough. It should be connected, but I'm gonna double check. Yep, server's running. It's logged all of our objects. So let's go ahead and console log this. Update. Beep, boop. Okay, there we go. Now look at that. Look what we got. So this was our original body that we passed in. Got all these blanks, but look at this nice, clean new one. Only 2 items in it, an object with only 2 items, and that's all that we're going to want to pass up to our database. So perfection. It looks beautiful. I love it. All right, so that's working as expected. Awesome. So now let's go ahead and just chuck it up to the database. So again, I'm going to say db.collection, and I'm going to pass it up to my alien info. All right. And does anybody know what method I need to use if I want to update a database entry? Just one database entry. What do I remember? Again, these methods are very like self-explanatory. There's nothing cryptic here, so don't have to think too hard. Essentially, I want to locate a specific entry, and then I want to update that particular entry. So what might the name of that method be? Takers? It's okay if we don't know. Find one? Hey, that's a great guess. Yeah. Twisted and Rascal, you both came together like the Wonder Twins and combined to make the right answer. I love it. So the particular method is going to be find one and update. Yeah, so you're both right. Perfect. Yep, we're gonna find a particular entry, update. Yes, by our powers combined. Where did they have the rings? Were they the ones with the rings? Like, by our powers combined. Yeah. Yep. Find one and update, which is exactly what it says on the tin, right? Okay, so what do we want to find? Well, we want to find the specific entry that has the matching name to what we entered, right? So if I enter Bajorans, I want to locate the item with the name of Bajorans. So in order to do that, I'm going to have this here, and I'm going to say, I'm going to create an object, and I'm just going to say, hey, find the one where the name property is equal to our request dot body dot name, right? Look in this request dot body, which is now this object down here that I've highlighted. Look in there and figure out what does that name property say. In this case, it's Bajorans. All right, so go find in the database, look for an item, look for a document with a name property of Bajorans. Cool, go find that. Now, what does it do once it finds it? Well, once it finds it, we want it to set the value of the body with the new fields that we are providing it. So we're going to say set, and set has a $sign in front of it. I don't know why, it just does. So just take that as it is for now. So we want to set and essentially update the values that we're giving it, but only the values that we're giving it. And in this case, that's not too hard. I was originally making it too hard, and a lot of tutorials actually hard code this part, which was really confusing for me because I was like, look, I don't want to hard code this. I've already got this request body formatted exactly the way I want. Can I just like pass it right through? Right? Can I just send this little object? Can I just send that straight up to the database and will it know what to do with it? Turns out, yes. I can just say, hey, take the request body and just, just drop it on the existing object and just only replace those two fields. Just do that for me, would you? And it knows, it does it, which I think is really flippin' cool. You don't gotta do, a lot of formatting or anything because we already have this formatted exactly the way it should be. It's in an object. We got our properties, we got our keys, we got our properties formatted as strings. They're all comma delimited. Got the brackets. It's all good. Yeah, Jim, so I know it's like a Mongo update operator, but why does it have the $sign? Like out of everything, what's the $sign signify? Oh, Rascal says the $sign is like the underscore or capital character in classes. It's an indicator to developers that this is a MongoDB operator of some kind. Okay, so it's a specific MongoDB operator. That's what that's saying. All right, makes sense. Chemo, love it when it just works. Indeed, and that's what I like about these. A lot of this stuff so far is it does just work. Once you sort of grok the what's happening, like it just works. So in this case, and two, if you look at Leon's like example code, you could also set the upsert property to true if you wanted to. And what that would do is if a record didn't already exist with this name property, it would create one. In that case, I don't want that. I already have a separate post thing going on. I don't want to mix my metaphors here. So I'm not going to set the upsert property to true. I just want it to only update if a record already exists with this particular name. Jim and Rascal, powers combined, indeed. All right, so what we're doing is we're saying, all right, locate the thing with the name of like Bajorans, and then just grab the fields out of this object and update any matching fields. Cool. Okay, now the last thing we need to do is we need to finally close out our promise to make our client side, we need to close out our whole, like this whole put method to make our client side stuff happy. So let's finish this promise. So we say then, after we do the set, we take the results and Because remember, we were getting errors in the console because, like in the client side console, because it wasn't getting a response back. So it assumed that the fetch failed, even though it didn't. So we need to remember, console log the results. We need to remember to send a response JSON back to our client so that it knows, oh yeah, that worked fine. Cool. I'm happy. It didn't just disappear. It was a successful fetch. And the last thing we're going to do is we're going to catch any errors that may have happened, which is very possible. We'll just say error, and we want to console log those errors. Console error. Cool. Okay, let's see if this works. Dervas, I feel like PHP is like lurking. It's fallen out of favor, but it's like got its tentacles in a lot of stuff. Doesn't just because it's out. It's like Emperor Palpatine, right? You know, like somehow Palpatine returned. It's like PHP is like that. It's in the background everywhere. It seems to me anyway. All right, let's try our GUI and let's see if we can actually do an update rather than just pretending to do one. All right, I'm gonna reload this. PHP is definitely a dark side. Yeah. All right. We're going to try to set the homeworld of the Bajorans to Earth. And then we'll check Mongo to see, we'll check the console and we'll check Mongo to see if it works. All right, Bajorans, Earth. Yeah, so Snarfin, if you're using rec and res instead of request response, yeah, just match whatever you set your parameters to. So if you're using rec and res, then use that. Yeah. You want it to match because otherwise it's not going to work properly. Yep. All right, let's say update existing. See if we did it. All right, so I saw something flash up in the console there, which is good. And we're going to check. Let's just go ahead and go straight to Mongo and see what we get. So what we would expect, I haven't refreshed this yet, but what I would expect is that the home world should be updated from test3, this test variable, to Earth, which is still wrong, but better than test. So test3, maybe. Let's see if it updated. Romulans, Gorn. Hey, first try, baby. All right, so notice, look what happened here. So the homeworld updated, right? But nothing else did, right? And that's what we wanted. All of the existing fields that we left blank and we excluded from that object that we created, all of those were left alone. The only thing that got updated was the matching property of homeworld. Yeah. So I think this is pretty cool. I don't know about y'all, but the fact that we can do these selective updates without having to update the entire thing, or the fact that we don't have to hard code it. Because a lot of times in tutorials and things, what I'm seeing is they're doing these updates, but they're hard coding the values or the properties, or they're hard coding the keys the specific keys that they want to update. So I'm like, wait, isn't there a way to do this dynamically based on, what we actually submitted in the form? So rather than hard coding, we were able to just slide that request body right on through, do a little manipulation on it, and send it straight up to the database. So it's my favorite part. It took me the longest, but I think it was my favorite part of the whole thing. All right, and Silva asks, what if instead of typing the name of the character we want to update, instead of an input text, use a select option, grabbing all the characters available in the database and let the user select which one to select? Yeah, you could absolutely do that. Yeah. And that's very possible, right? We've actually done something like that before. If you go back and look at my doggo, I have a VOD called Doggo Generator. I think it's probably only on my YouTube now. It's been too long. But if you go to my YouTube channel, I should have one called Doggo Generator, where we went up to an API and we grabbed all the available like dog breeds that we could choose from, and we dumped them into a selector so that you could choose from them. So you could absolutely do that. You could put this into a selector, have it so you could scroll through, choose the one you want to update, and do that. The only reason I'm not doing it here is because my GUI is kind of pulling double duty, right? Because it's used for submitting. I'm going to switch the better looking one. It's used for submitting both new items and for updating existing items. So I think using a selector would work better if you had like two separate forms for that. But still, hey, that's your choice. That's definitely a viable option. Welcome, I am Robot. Yeah, Jim, I don't remember when you joined, but if you want to look at my code for this, it's called Database Builder. The repo is called Database Builder. So you're welcome to take a look. Should be just the most recent one on my GitHub. Okay, so we're cooking along. We're doing really well. We finished the hardest part, which is the put. So let's think about what we have, right? So we have the ability to input. We have the ability to submit new items. We have the ability to update existing items. We have the ability to use EJS to list out what's currently in our database. And the last thing we're going to do is just this little delete here. So if we want to delete this, and also too, this would be a great place for a selector box too. Thanks for that idea, and Silva, is I think this, instead of an input box here, I think a selector box would work great. I'm not going to do it on stream just because we've already been going for like 4 hours. But I do think that would be an awesome idea to have a selector here instead. To delete stuff. So that's what we're going to code up next. And then the last thing we're going to do is apply some CSS to make this look half decent. So, and any questions before we move on? We're gonna move on from, I can't see. We're gonna move on from our post to our delete method. And we can see too that we're getting a ton of stuff in the console. Like I'm console logging everything. But it's, it's basically showing us that it was able to, update an object. It gives us a bunch of stuff. But, here's an example of all the sorts of like results and things that you can get back from Mongo. Not that it's going to be useful necessarily, but it, if you're console logging everything, this is the kind of stuff you're going to get back. All right. So I'm not hearing anything. So let's go on to delete, which is much less complicated than put. Alrighty. So, and I see that looks like I may have just gotten kind of an influx of viewers. If you're just joining now, if you're just joining now, I have a new early time. And I did announce that on Twitter and a few places on the Discord, but feel free to please follow me on Twitter, because that's where I announce my schedule updates. I've also updated my Twitch schedule to reflect this new time. So !Twitter if you need to follow me on Twitter. And I promise, like, I don't really tweet about anything other than my streams and 100 Dev stuff. So I won't spam your feed. Just want to make sure everybody stays informed about my schedule. And welcome, Anon. Good to see you. Okay, Chemo, good to see you. Yeah, and we're really just wrapping up with this delete. It's not a big deal. So thanks for joining today. I hope you enjoyed it. All right, so delete. So at some point, we're going to be having some sort of a button that's going to be directing us to this path, delete entry. And inside of that delete, essentially what we want to do is locate the appropriate item, because we're going to have like an input box. You can put the name of the item you want to delete, or a selector box if you prefer. And once they click the button, we want to pass that item name up to our server. And then our server is going to say, hey, database, chuck that one item, please. Get rid of it. Okay, so we're going to code the server part first, and then we'll code out the client side part. It's not bad. All right, so we want to say, all right, DB collection, alien info. And what do we think, if I want to delete an item, what method do you think I'm going to use? What am I going to tell the database? Again, don't think too hard. If I want to delete a single item, what might I tell the database to do? Yeah, smile again, right on it. Exactly. We're going to just delete one. Super easy. Delete one, please. Cool. And now I need to tell it which one to delete. So again, similar to how we did our put, right? We were able to pass in an object that was going to help us find the one that we need. So I'm literally going to copy and paste this. I'm going to say, hey, database, please go find the item with the name that matches the name property in the request body that we're passing in. Name, request body name, find that one, please. And we don't have to really tell it anything else. It's just going to do that. It's going to be like, all right, I found it, bye. And it's going to delete it. And so the only other thing we need to do is send a response back to the client so that it knows that everything was successful. So we can say then results and we can just say, I like, again, I'm console logging everything, console logging too much, but I'm just going to say entry deleted. And just for the sake of our client, we need to send back a response, again, so that our client side code knows that the fetch was successful and it's not going to give us an error. So we just say, hey, response, send back some JSON. It doesn't really matter what it is. We're just going to say entry deleted. I mean, you could send back the result as well. It doesn't matter. Whatever you would like. Something that, you know, is just going to stop that error from happening. All right, and then at the end, we need a catch. Console error. All right. Oh, and I need a dot catch. Sorry. Fixes it. Cool. And that's our delete for our server. Delete, indeed. Yeah, so the server is now listening for a delete on this path, delete entry, and it already knows what it's supposed to do once it gets that request. So now all we need to do is make sure that our client-side JavaScript is ready to pass it the information that it needs. Okay, so we're switching. So we've got our server-side JavaScript set up. Now let's switch over to our client-side JavaScript and code out the delete. Alias delete. That method should be updated in the new MongoDB docs. Yeah, absolutely. I'm sure there's probably some kind of like voting system or something, right? And we should absolutely maybe form that vote. And two, I realized I haven't fully configured my EJS to have a new input box, but we'll go ahead and we'll flesh out this JavaScript and then we'll update the our index.ejs file. Okay, so let's just assume that I'm going to have a button and it's going to be a delete button. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and add a second event listener for that button. I'm going to say, and this one's going to be called surprise, surprise, delete button. Delete button, right? And when I click that button, I want it to trigger a function called delete entry. Cool. Okay, so we have our update. Now let's go down here and let's make a new function, a new asynchronous function called delete entry. So async function delete entry. All right. And I'm going to have an input box here. But instead of having like, 10 input boxes or something inside of a form, in this case, it's just going to be a single input box. So I'm going to go ahead and just use get element by ID for this. Again, you could give it a name and you could do the same thing we did before, where we just grab the value at index 0 for the name. But in this case, I'm just going to give it an ID. It's not part of a form, so I don't need to have those constraints. So I'm just going to say const input equals document dot get element by ID. And it's going to be called delete input. Okay. And next thing I'm going to do is, okay, so if I'm following a similar structure to my update, I'm going to put something into a try catch block like we did before. What is the thing that I'm putting inside of my try catch? What am I doing? How am I passing this information up to my server? On the client side, how can I pass information up to the server? Same thing we did for the update entry function. a request. Yep. What kind of request? It's going to be a delete method. You're right. Yes, it's going to be a fetch. Exactly. But it's going to be a special kind of fetch, and we're going to pass the delete method in as like a key value pair within that fetch. Yeah. So we can say const response await a fetch. Yeah. And we're going to have that fetch visit the specific URL that our server, the specific path that our server is listening for. In this case, that path is called delete entry. Okay? Or delete, however you want to say it. All right, so we're basically saying, all right, go fetch at this particular URL, but instead of getting data like we normally would for a fetch, we can actually say, instead of getting data, your method is going to be delete. We're saying, hey, fetch, don't do what you usually do. Go tell the server to delete something for us, would you? All right, so we have a method. And what are the other two elements that I need when I'm passing this request up to the server? So I have a method, and then I need two more things. Does anybody know what they are? Feel free. You can look back at the update entry fetch as well. It's going to follow the same structure. What else do I need? Yeah, headers and body. Absolutely. Yep. Yeah, I need a header. In this case, I can just copy and paste that header. It's the same one that we used for our update. Header is just saying, hey, server, I'm sending you some JSON. Better read it, please. All right. And so in order to fulfill that promise or that statement that we're telling the server, we need to make sure that the body that we're passing is JSONified appropriately. So I'm giving a body as well. And again, what can I use to format that body appropriately so the server recognizes it? What method can I use? Hey, welcome, Emil. Good to see you. What maybe made me become a SQL developer? Your chance, literally. I literally stumbled into it. No degree. Learned literally everything on the job. I do not do SQL outside of work. It is all I do it at work, and that's where I learn new stuff. But good question though. Yeah, no, I'm self-taught on the job, but I'm happy to be learning more stuff like Mongo, which is very different than what I do all day. So it gives me some lovely variety. Yeah. Yes, but you all are right. We're going to use stringify. JSON.stringify. So yeah, you absolutely do not need a degree in computer science to become a developer, as this course definitely shows. Exclamation point Leon, if you're interested in the course that I am currently attending, it's free on Twitch and Discord and super fun. So if anybody's new here, I'm not an instructor in the course, but I am a student in the course, but I do enjoy doing these sorts of side projects and streaming to other people in the course and anybody who wants to watch. All right, so JSON stringify, and essentially all we want to pass in. So our server, the only thing that our server wants from us to accomplish the delete is it just says, hey, client side, just give me the name. Just it feels like a mob hit, right? Just give me the name. And it's gonna go, and then it's gonna go just, delete the item from the server. So all it needs is the name, and so that's all we're gonna give it. We're just gonna give it something with a name, and that name is just going to be the value of whatever is in our input box. Okay? So whatever's in our input box, it's super easy. We just grab out the value and say, yep, send that up, please. Send it up to the server, and the server will in turn send it to the database and delete it. Okay? So input.value, we're going to turn that into a stringy object and send that up to our server to delete. Okay. Perfect. So that should be the body of my fetch, what it's going to send up to the server. And in the end, all I really need to do is craft a response to send back down to the client to tell them that the hit was executed, that everything went well. So I can say, well, actually, this isn't our client, but we're gonna so our client is awaiting a response from the server. It's saying, all right, hey, when you're done deleting that thing, can you let me know, please? And that gets so it's awaiting, literally awaiting a response. So our server is going to send that back to us, so we can just say, hey, data, we're going to await a response, and that response is expected to be JSON, and we can console log it. But I'm not going to actually in this case. And then at the very end, we're going to reload the page to clear our form. Okay. P-Band, I do this already. I do SQL development work, which is very different than this. I'd never used JavaScript before I joined the class. I've never learned JavaScript. Never touched it. I only ever touched SQL, which is an unfortunate side effect of the way that I became a developer, right? I became a developer learning everything on the job, which is nice in a way, but it also leads to massive gaps in your knowledge. And I'm gonna have a catch here. And those knowledge gaps were beginning to bother me, which is why I joined 100 Devs, because I knew nothing other than SQL. So this has been really great for me. Do I have an async await VOD? I think I do. I think I have one on promises and async await. To be honest, I don't think it was one of my best ones because it was right after we learned about it, so I was still a little kind of shaky on describing it. Yeah, I do though. I have one on promises. Yeah, so feel free to watch it. I don't think it's a terribly long one. Yeah, I think it might be. I'm sure it's on my YouTube. So if you don't want to deal with Twitch ads, you can always just go to my YouTube channel and watch it there. ! YouTube if you need the link. Yeah. With async await, basically you're just saying, all right, do something. So every time we see an await, we're saying, all right, hold the horses, stop, wait until something is done before you proceed to the next thing. And in this case, we're doing a fetch, and we are awaiting a response. And that's why before we were getting in the client, before we had like the response coded in on our update function, we were getting errors in the console, even though the fetch was working, because it was waiting on a response. It was sitting there at the bus stop in the rain, and finally it just got up and walked home. And it said, I guess it wasn't coming. You know, even though the bus was running that day, it never went to that stop. So kind of a sad little story there. Oh, you like how I described? That's awesome. Yeah. So ! YouTube. I think the video should be called something like promises. Okay. So our delete should theoretically be working. So let's think about what we have. Our client side is prepared to grab something out of an input box and stringify it appropriately and send it up to the server. Our server is prepared to accept a request at this particular URL and then delete a particular object from the database and send a response back down to our client-side JavaScript. So the loop is complete, the circle is complete. The only thing we need is the actual input box where we're going to be putting this data in. Hey, welcome, Tomas. Do I like Python? I have never used it. As I mentioned previously, I really only knew SQL before starting this particular course, so learning HTML, CSS, JavaScript is new for me. I think I took like a online tutorial on Python once, but I really don't remember a lot of it. It didn't stick with me like this stuff is. Threw you for a loop, no pun intended. You should have intended the pun there. All right, so we're going to save this. And the last thing we're going to do is we're actually going to update our index file. We're going to update our index.ejs to actually have the form that we need. which should be fairly easy. Nothing special there. Just a form, just an input box. That's all. Okay. So in my version, I had my delete form or delete input box above my list of aliens. So I'm just going to drop it here above my list of aliens. So I'm going to have another H2. And I'm just going to say, hey, delete API data. Nope, not date. Data here. Oh, thank you, Jim. I appreciate the compliment. I like teaching. It's fun. Okay, so all we need is an input box. Nothing crazy. Input, and the type is going to be text. I just noticed a typo in my original file. Well, we're going to correct it now. All right, and then the placeholder value is going to be name to delete. Again, the placeholder is just the thing that shows up in the box before you type anything. And then the name of the actual input is going to be delete input, and the ID is going to be delete input. I just gave it an ID because it's just one. So delete input. And then we also want to have a button associated with it as well. It's going to trigger the action. So that button is going to be called delete button. Wow, I misspelled button 3 times in the space of 5 seconds. That's pretty good. All right, and the button is just going to say delete on it. I just misspelled delete. Oh, not going well. Okay, so these should be the elements that we need, the HTML elements. And if I save this, we can see that already in our main.js file, we have an event listener that's listening for that delete. On the click of the delete button, it says, all right, I'm going to do something. I'm going to run delete entry. And then delete entry is going to grab the name out of our input box, the element by ID, delete input, grab the value of that input box, and as we already discussed, pass it up to the server. The server is going to handle it, delete the entry, and send a success response. Is delete still misspelled? Oh no. Don't do me like that, rascal. No, it looks fine. Messing with me. Oh, I'm gonna assume it's okay. We'll try it. Okay, so I'm gonna refresh the GUI here and we'll see what we've got. All right, so now we have a box for delete API data here. And I'm gonna put a name to delete. Okay, so I think I still have this test value in here, so I'm just gonna delete that. So I currently, in my list of current aliens, I have one called test2, which is obviously doesn't belong there. So we're just gonna see if we can do this and delete the alien called test2. All right, let's see what happens. Delete. Hey! No errors in the console. It's gone from the list. Let's check Mongo and see if it's gone there too. Oh, I should just click refresh. Whoops. That wrong. All right. Scrolling. Yeah, it's gone. It would have been down here at the bottom if it was there. All right. Now our object list looks nice and clean. First try, indeed. Yes. Yeah, so our object list is nice and clean, and all of our requests are working as expected, right? Now let's think about what we did here. We have a create. So we're spelling out CRUD. This GUI right here, we're spelling out CRUD, the whole acronym. We've got a create with the submit new, right? We've got a read with our list from the database. We've got an update with our update function here, and we've got a delete with our delete, obviously. So this little simple GUI is doing the full CRUD, which I think is pretty neat. But let's format this a little bit because it looks like garbage. So last thing we're going to do is just slap some CSS on here, and there's not a lot of CSS to slap because I'm not good at styling things. I am not a designer. I am a back-end developer, baby. We don't do pretty. All right, we got the CRUD. Indeed we do. So the last thing I'm going to do is go to my styles.css file, which has remained stubbornly empty, and I'm just going to put some basic styling on here. Really, the main thing is let's do the row. Let's do the layout styling, and we're going to add some flex to this just to make it a little prettier. I want a 2-column layout. The input stuff on the left and the delete stuff on the right. Hey, welcome, Nocta. Good to see you. Thanks for joining. Check out 100 Devs. It's a fun, free course. No cost. We're on Twitch. We're on Discord. We're all, learning the MERN stack together. It's great. It's a lot to start. Well, that's the plan, Chris, actually, is I'm doing this very generically so it can be useful for anyone's API, but I do plan to morph this into something with the Star Trek styling, like we did for the Star Trek apps before, but just not on this particular stream. All right, so I'm going to set my row, which is my large bucket. I'm going to set that to have display flex, and I'm going to set my column to just be, each column is going to take up 50%, so the flex is going to be, not float, we're flexing, baby. Flex, 50%. And have a little bit of padding left. I'm just going to do like 2%. I just want a little bit of a padding there between the 2 columns. So row, column, and the last thing I want to do is make my input boxes not be all crazy. So input, we're going to have them be block display, so they each take up a separate line. Display block. I'm going to increase the font size so it looks a little easier to read. Font size. We could do rem here, but I don't care all that much. So 20 pixels. Give them a little padding on the inside. Padding 4 pixels and 2 pixels. Again, none of this is required. This just makes it look a little better. And I'm going to get a margin, a little space of 2, 0, 20, and 10. All right. Save that and see how it looks. I went really fast there, but none of this is required, right? This is just CSS. This is styling. You can style it however you want. Will this version be pushed to Git? Well, it already is. So the version that I built here on stream almost exactly matches the version that's already up on GitHub. So !GitHub, and look for the repo called Database Builder. Yeah, !GitHub will give you a direct link to my GitHub, and then look for the repo called Database Builder and browse to your heart's content. And Rascal, being the wonderful person that they are, linked directly to it there. So feel free to click that link and visit that repo. Yeah, all right, let's see how this looks. Not super pretty, but better than before. All right, let's reload. Hey, there we go. That looks better. Nice and clean. Oh yeah, you're welcome to follow me on GitHub. Totally cool. For most of the stuff that we do on stream, unless it's like a specific homework assignment that is not due yet, I really like folks to try to do those on their own. But for these fun projects and things like this, I want this to be like a utility for folks. If they want to use it to make updates to their APIs, then they are very welcome to do that. Yeah. All right, so I think this is working, and we've got it styled up really nice. Hey, welcome, Louise. We're actually just about done. But as always, the VOD, the recorded VOD, is available on my Twitch channel, and will eventually be on YouTube probably in a couple weeks. Oh, good. I'm glad it's been helpful. And let's see, I think that's everything that I wanted to do. You'll notice that the version on GitHub has an extra section of like uploading JSON. I was trying to do a section where you could like paste in a bunch of JSON, just raw JSON, like, into a box and then have that do upload many or sorry, add many. But I couldn't get that working, so I was just like, whatever. So we didn't build it here. It's already been 4 hours anyway. So I think this has gone on long enough. But yeah, I hope y'all found it helpful. Yeah, no problem at all. Glad you enjoyed it. This is, like I said, this one was really fun for me. For as simple as this looks, this was a really, really, really fun project to do. Does anybody have any other questions before we find somebody to rate and wrap up for the night? As a reminder, follow me on Twitter for any schedule changes, ! Twitter, ! YouTube, ! GitHub in chat. You'll get links to all those things. Right. Got a lot more work to do. Well, I think, there's always more work to do, right? Not anywhere near as close to what, Evangeline? What are you working towards? All right, let's feel for radio. Talking. Just where other don't do that, man. Don't compare yourself to others. That's just only bound to make you feel bad. There's always people that are better than you. There's always that's the thing. Like, and that took me a long time to learn. Forgive me evangelizing here for a minute. So I grew up as like big fish in a small pond type kid. I was the kid, I was in the gifted classes in elementary school, and I was in a really small school, and I just didn't really have to try, right? Like I just kind of coasted through high school. And when I got to college, it was like a brick to the face because everybody was better than me at everything. And suddenly, I wasn't the best in the class, and I wasn't getting good grades, and it was really hard. And so, but that taught me the lesson that you're never in a bubble. There's always people that are going to be better than you. So the important thing is to embrace that and to learn from those people. Like to say like, hey, will you teach me? What can I learn from you? And then you'll get better so much more quickly. Serious. Hey, welcome. Arrived just in time for the end. Yeah, we started early today, and I think we're going to be starting early next Sunday as well. There's always a bigger fish. Yes, absolutely. There's tons of people that are way better at this stuff than I am. I'm just learning along with you all. I just happen to be pretty good at talking about things. So, yeah, I mean, that's the thing. Is I don't know. You just got to learn how to learn from other people and embrace what you don't know. Oh, Global, you like having the stream at this time? Thanks for letting me know. Yeah, I appreciate that feedback. How about everybody else? Did y'all like having this earlier stream? Would you like me to keep doing this? Better every day, indeed. You like the earlier? Good time, good time? Okay. If it's not a good time, I mean, feel free to tell me that as well. But I do feel like this is good for a lot of folks that, can't catch me during the Wednesday stream because it's too late for them in the day. All right, awesome. I think we're going to keep it at 3, or when classes resume, I think it's just going to be whenever office hours are over. So whenever office hours are over, I will go live after that. Oh, it's 12:13 a.m. Yeah, I know for a lot of folks, like my previous streams would be like 3 a.m. for them, so they can never catch me live. So, oh, thanks, Insilva. All right, appreciate it. I always love the feedback. Okay, let's go ahead and find someone to raid. I'm sure there's going to be somebody online. If anybody has any suggestions of someone to raid, do let me know, as always. Epic Cat is doing leak code. Zybrith, oh my goodness, we have choices. Okay. Oh, we got CM Griffing as well. We could do CM Griffing. Midnight Simon. Big Cat. Okay, let's go ahead and let's hit up Epic Cat. I always love to help another hunter-dever. Big Cat. Right. Any other questions before we raid? It was great having y'all here tonight. Remember, you can find this code on my GitHub, !GitHub. It's under the database builder repo. So feel free to check it out. Let me know if you have any questions, and I will see you all around the Discord. And I'm sure I'll be streaming again, probably on Wednesday like I usually do. And look forward to seeing you all there. All right, let's do Epic Cat, setting up the raid. Oh my goodness, Anthony from Kidder. Oh, thank you so much, Anthony. We are just getting ready to raid somebody else. So we're gonna do. It's gonna be a conveyor belt raid straight into them. Let's go. Raids on raids on raids, indeed. All right, here we go. We're gonna raid now. Y'all soon.